All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. We had a short break over the course of the past 12 hours or so. We had some connection issues last night here in the studio. Turned out to be a bad line in the area, so we had to get some technicians out to fix that. But everything is back up and running now, as expected. Stand by, guys, while I'm going through updates here and trying to get debriefed over the past day's events. And I'll be bringing you guys a full round of updates and reportings. We'll be going through everything over the past day that we've missed. Some people asking when's the Twitch going to be back up. We were suspended on Twitch. However, we are in contact with Twitch, and they are in the midst of resolving that situation. We should probably back up later this evening, if not tomorrow. So, um, yep, a lot of people suspected we were DDoSed. Unfortunately, we weren't that lucky to get any attention from the Russians. But yep, we're back up now and fully operational. So currently, we're looking at some cameras here of Kiev. If anybody has cameras that you think we should put up on screen of in and around Kiev, go ahead and send those over. Okay, I got to log into my flight radar account here. Forgot to do that, so we will do that quickly. Give me a second here, guys. So yeah, right when we went offline last night, guys, we were getting the reporting in about the Chechens that were heading into Ukraine. I think we'll probably end up starting there. The people have been asking a lot about the situation with the Chechens. So we'll probably talk a little bit about that when I get started here. Just give me a few minutes. As I said, I'm getting everything prepared here. I got to get logged into my flight radar here as well. Somebody said, I suppose if you were DDoS by the Russians, um, would that instate Article 5? Probably not. No, I don't think we'd be that lucky. Yeah, if you guys have any good singular cameras you want to send over, for those of you that have been monitoring CCTV today, if you guys have any good cameras, we're mostly focusing on Kiev camera-wise tonight, guys. Of course, we will bring shots. We'll bring cameras up from different parts of Ukraine if need be. But for now, we're going to be sticking with the cameras in and around Kiev because we want to keep an eye on that situation. Again, guys, stand by here while I get a couple things situated for you. MLY said, I heard the Chechens were assassins, basically. Yeah, they were basically Chechen special forces, air quotes, they're calling them hunters, which are being sent into Ukraine to take out a variety of different both government and military targets. Somebody said about reports about a half hour ago of fighting on the Maiden Park cam. We'll have to check that out. Lawrence, thank you so much for tuning in. I missed you too. Again, to everybody that is just tuning in here on the stream, thank you guys for sticking around and waiting for us to come back up and operational. Yeah, as I said earlier, we're currently not streaming on Twitch, but we will probably be later this evening or tomorrow. Michael J. Hout says, were those the guys putting on the Ukrainian uniforms? That could be. We have seen a lot of reports of Russian military disguising themselves as Ukrainian military in order to sabotage certain targets. Second here, getting some audio from those Kiev cams. Let's go ahead and turn that down just for now, and then I'll jack up that audio when we need it. Okay, still getting logged into my flight radar here. I got to do that first. Getting sidetracked. There are reports that the commander of the Chechen forces was killed, so we'll have to look into that as well. If so, that would be a hell of a victory for the Ukrainians. So we'll have to definitely look at that. All right, so I got flight radar logged in here. Let's go ahead and refresh that page. Okay, good. So that's up and operational. So Forte 11 is our #1 most tracked flight right now. Yeah, to anybody that's sending me cameras, I'll get those up on screen here. We'll do that. So to anybody that's messaging me about account bans and stuff, I'm not the person to message about that. You guys can contact the mods about account bans and appeals. It seems like every 5 minutes I have somebody saying, "Hello, sorry for bothering you." A friend of mine was banned today. Usually that's indicative of trolling activity and bot accounts. So we're keep that in mind, guys, and also keep in mind, in the Discord. It kind of is a Wild West right now. But as the mods, start to take action, we got to make sure to keep, things civil in there. Keep the discussions to their proper channels. Here's another live cam here. Okay, I'll take a look at that. If somebody has a Maidon square cam, we really need a Maidon square cam. That would be optimal, to say the least. Ravi, good morning to you as well. All right, so this one has some audio, but yeah, that's not what we're looking for. We need a good Kiev square cam if anybody has that. Again, if anybody has any other cams to send, I got a few here. They're okay, but let's again, if you guys have any maybe Maidon square cams, in fact, wait, I think this one. Yeah, thank you, I Am God, for this one. I think this one will work. We'll get that up on screen as well. I'll replace it with that one in the top right, because that one is not the best. Yeah, we'll put this one over here like this. Okay, that's a good one there. So now we got some good Maidon square cams going. Can you guys sound off in the chat? How many air raid sirens have you guys heard today in Kiev? Has there been a lot of air raid sirens all day in Kiev? I actually have not been debriefed over the night's events, so I really do not fully know what has happened in the past couple hours, so we're going to be kind of going through that together. So now I'm getting some audio feeds up here, guys, just to... I'm keeping all of my ducks in a row tonight so that we can make sure to keep an eye on all of the audio feeds and stuff, which we have a lot of. We have 5 channels of audio from different angles coming out of Kiev at this time. Somebody said the cams haven't had Kiev audio up. Well, they do now. We have 5 channels of audio currently coming out of Kiev right now, guys. Somebody said that's not from tonight. Kiev is dark right now. Yes, all of them are. All of these are currently current. In fact, we can just go ahead and show you guys here. This is current stream. Let's see, does this one have a timestamp? There's no timestamp on that one. If some of my Intel analysts want to go ahead and make sure to verify all of these cameras, timestamp here on these on this quad cam is current. I believe this one is also current. You guys can see the traffic is moving. there has been like a lot of disinformation in our live chats, and this is not just for my stream. I've seen this across plenty of streams of what we believe to be Russian bot accounts, trying to take out the validity of these live streams we have coming out of Ukraine. These are real CCTV cameras. You guys can find all of the links to these both in our Discord and the Ukraine Cams channel, and in the description below the YouTube video. We have some links to cams down there. For most of these, you guys will probably have to resort to the Discord. I will be updating the description below to put some more of these cameras in. We'll get to that later at some point. Okay, so here, let's listen into this audio coming out of Kiev. I believe we're hearing some talking probably from a hot mic right now. Yeah, I believe this is our CNN hot mic team. But somebody says Maiden Square seems bright. No, it's bright because the exposure on this square cam gets pretty ramped up at night so that we can see. But no, all of these cameras are current. If you guys want to go inspect them for yourself, go find them in the Ukraine Cams channel. And if you guys can do the digging and figure out for me that some of these cameras are not current or for some reason are not live, let me know, okay? But we've gone through and vetted all of these cameras here and make sure that we have live feeds that are current. In fact, all 5 channels of audio you guys are currently hearing 5 channels of audio coming from Kiev from separate angles, all synced up, okay? They are currently synced up to the best of our ability. And we should be able to hear any sounds of explosions and conflict going on. In fact, we're hearing some explosions now. If you see off in the distance, you guys can see what looks to be a fire burning off in the distance there. I'm not sure if that's from the oil. There was like an oil refinery or something that was hit earlier, some kind of oil, some kind of like oil facility. Here's another one. I'm going to take a look at this camera because this actually looks like a pretty good link. It's interesting. As the war has progressed in Kiev, at least over the past couple days, we've gotten more cameras and not less cameras. So that's good. For a while, we had a lot of cameras going out and stuff, but now we're... Okay, so this is the same Maidan Square cam, and it honestly is pretty garbage. So we're gonna not even use that one. Yes, I killed the background music, and if you guys needed me to turn... Yeah, somebody says it's an oil storage depot. Okay, thank you for that. Oil depot near the airport. So I believe that's what we're looking at here on our lower left camera off in the distance. If somebody wants to send over geolocation data for some of these cams, just so we could know we don't need coordinates, we just need directional data, so we know which ones. We got our quad cam up here. And we can tune into that if we need to. Maidan Square and then a sky cam. That's basically all we need right now for Kiev cams. If anybody has better cams though, by all means, you can still send them over. Somebody says, "What is that flashing in cam 3 down here?" That's we believe that's the fire from the oil depot. Yes, this is a live Maiden Square cam, you guys. In fact, I'll just make sure to update that. Make sure all of our cameras are updated. Yep, all of these cameras are currently live out of Kiev, guys. Yes, Kiev is dark right now, but I don't know if you guys could see, but it is dark in this camera. You can see it is dark. The exposure on this Overwatch cam has been bumped up. It's been bumped up for days now. There's multiple watch cams from Maiden Square, guys. There's like 3 of them, I believe, that we've been getting passed around. And this one here has a really high exposure. In fact, during the daytime, this one looks so bright you can't even really see any detail in the skyline. And so we've been having to switch between the two. We switched to the high exposure one at night and the lower exposure one during the daytime, and that seems to be working pretty well. As you can see, the exposure on some of these cams is so low you can't even really see anything. So up here on the top of our quad cam, we have 2 Kiev cams, a Lviv, and a Kashkova. If somebody wants to send me over a better singular cam to swap out with this one, we need a better Kiev skyline cam. So if anybody else has any of those, we can take a look at that. There's some explosion audio coming from our Kiev cams there. You guys heard that sounded pretty synced up. That explosion. So you know, again, all these cameras we have are pretty much well in sync right now. At least the ones coming out of Kiev. So he said, check my Maiden. Everybody keeps saying, check the Maiden Square cam. It's not live. This is currently live, guys. I'll just go ahead and bring this up on screen for you if I can. Here, here's the one from Fox News. Let's just take a look at that, actually. Wow, that's dark. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me grab the link, you guys, for that Maiden Square camera. And I will prove to you guys that it is, in fact, live. Just so we can put that to the rest there. Put that to rest. Here is our Maiden Cam Square, guys. It is currently live. It's the same one you see playing in the top left corner. Okay, this is currently live. This link you can find in the description of the Discord. This is currently live right now. If somebody wants to send over another Maiden Square cam, I mean, yeah, a couple of you are saying this isn't live. How can you tell? Chat, sound off. How can you tell this isn't live? Give me a... Somebody's saying it's just looped footage from yesterday. Yeah, if somebody wants to give me a Maiden Square cam with like a timestamp or just another Maiden Square cam right now, send it over. Send it over. We'll replace it, man. If there's any question about any of these cameras at any time, please make it be known, and we will send them over. We'll send it over, and we'll get it up on screen, guys. Let's get that out of here. Close. Yeah, somebody send me another Maiden Square. So we got fresh sirens coming in though. I'll go ahead. And... Yeah, so somebody's saying that's not live. Sounds like air raid sirens coming through though now on some of our Kiev cams. Unless it's just that one that you guys are questioning. Green Mountain Boy says huge gas pipeline in Kiev was just hit about an hour ago. Top Kiev cam is looped from last night. Yeah, okay. So multiple people have said this now. All right, let's get this one up. Somebody says this one is live. All right, let's get it out of Let's get it out of here. If there's any question about it, you guys, don't worry. We'll replace it. We'll get it up, okay? Because yeah, we have to be vigilant about this stuff. I was pretty sure that was live. If somebody has one with better exposure though. Because this is garbage exposure here, okay? If somebody has one with better exposure, please send it over. Somebody says, not 100% positive on the Maiden cam, but it's not looped from yesterday. Yesterday's feed had wire dangling right side. Yeah, that is true, but a lot of people are messaging me at the moment telling me that there's... Oh, hey, so this one's from the German news agency. Is that DW, or is this a different one? Here, we'll take a look at this one as well. Because this one might also be worth it. Yeah, that other cam had an air raid siren going in it, and the other 5 don't. So yeah, I think that points to your guys' theory being true. So that's good. Again, if anybody okay, here's one here. This one might do the trick. We want one that is a better exposure. This one has garbage exposure. Yeah, that's the same one, Milady. Again, if anybody has a better Maiden Square, send it over so we can get that on screen here. Okay. Yeah, that won't work. We need one that is a singular cam and large enough for us to see. Yep, that's the same one we have on screen. So I think there's only this one right now.
Somebody's saying there's a light restriction in Kiev. Yeah, we had been talking about that the past few nights. And we were wondering why they hadn't started to turn off lights and stuff, you know, for possible air attack. But it looks like they have done that now. Okay, here's one here. I'm not sure if we can. Yeah, if somebody can get this one confirmed, we'll get this one up on screen as well. Yeah, I'm keeping all my cameras in a row. Okay, so yeah, we already have that one up. So that was definitely some audio coming from the live Kiev cams just now. We just heard that. Just heard that shot. Those shots ring out. Somebody says, please get this one on stream. Yeah, so for those of you saying there's a curfew in Kiev and there shouldn't be that much traffic, people do not give a shit right now. It's wartime, dude. People are going everywhere. People are trying to get out of the city. I see that rope dangling again on this cam, on the Maidan square cam. So this one, David H sent over. We'll keep that up. We'll keep that on, but doesn't show too much at the moment. Maybe I'll put that. Maybe if we can, we'll get that up over the quad cam. Yeah, actually, let's just get that up over the quad cam here. So we have that now over the quad cam, guys, and we have audio now coming again from 5 different Kiev angles. Yeah, Quartzky, he points out in the live chat, and I know I've been getting PMs from my radio guys all night. The scanner people in our radio intercept channels over on the Discord have found out that Russian military may use heated iodine bombs. This will destroy citizens' lungs. Check out the channel. So, yeah, we're not sure as to the specifics of those details and if we can confirm them or not, but it is possible that that could be something to look into, guys. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm gonna get some. I'm looking into some other cams here and possibly getting. We're gonna start our round of updates here in just a few moments. Here's that Oblonsky district one. I'm not sure if this one is to be trusted as well, but we're gonna keep an eye on that. To everybody posting cams. Carver said this main cam that you have now is from yesterday. Well, the one we just got on screen now apparently is from tonight. Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Well, in fact, we'll go look at both of these streams here in a minute. One of them is not real, okay? We've deduced that much. We're not sure which one, but we'll get to the bottom of that, guys. Okay, so here's the Blinsky district in Kiev. We'll also get this one up on screen for you. I'll put this one over this one for now, and then we can switch back and forth between them as need be. I really like this angle down here showing the fire burning over at that oil depot. That's definitely useful. Yeah, lower left cam is from tonight for sure. We're looking at the oil depot burning. Yeah, we need to find a real Maiden Square cam, guys, and get that on screen, and we need to get it confirmed. So, if some of my intel analysts can look into that and make sure that and get some confirmation for me on that Maiden Square cam, we need that. Somebody says the maiden cams aren't real because they went down after a fire after a fire alarm in the building. Well, we'll look into that. I got intel analysts on that right now. Nola X says, what happened yesterday, Nemeko? Yeah, last night we were covering some stuff here around 4 a.m., I believe. Actually, it might have been a little earlier than that. Might have been even like 2 or 3 a.m. my time, which is Eastern Standard on the West Coast here in the States, or East Coast, sorry. And it turned out we had some line issues. We had to get some technicians out here to take care of some of the fiber lines going to our studio, but everything is back up and operational now. As you can see, we are back online. A lot of people were speculating that we were DDoSed by Russians, but as I said earlier, we're not that lucky. The only Kiev Maidan live, I believe, is reels from DW News. Okay, somebody send me over the DW feed I'll get that up on screen. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about the DW feed, so we'll just get that up on we'll get that up on screen here. I'm gonna take down that maiden cam, and I don't believe we have any other maiden cams right now up. So, yeah, if somebody wants to send me that DW feed of the maiden cam, we'll get that up. PM it over to me, and I'll get that on screen now. So yeah, we've been talking about thermobarics, and we've been watching proof of them moving thermobarics over the border into Ukraine for over a week now, and we've been tracking the movements of the thermobaric weapons, which is kind of an important development. It's probably one of the most powerful weapon systems they have in place. Not, I wouldn't say the most powerful weapon system by far, but it's one of the most that we're going to see commonly used here. One of the most destructive, I would say. So this tweet from Marco Rubio, however, unconfirmed, guys. I like to keep everything that we see off Twitter, even if it's from a verified account, take it with a grain of salt. Russia has now deployed TOS-1 launchers to the outskirts of heavily populated areas. Thermobaric weapons against civilian targets have zero military purpose. It would be a war crime aimed at terrorizing and slaughtering people into submission. Yep. So, yeah. So there is a chance that. There is a chance that possibly. How can I get this to move away? I need this to not. Be there. I'll just have to zoom out, I guess. Yeah, there's a possibility that we might see Putin start to drastically ramp up the amount of civilian casualties in order to, force kind of a surrender out of the Kiev government. So this map over the past week has more or less become useless, especially for military positions inside of Ukraine. However, we still have our live UA map here, which we have been using to quite some success. We'll take a look in on Kiev here and see what's going on. I really want to get the reporting in on that oil depot, if we can get that on the map. Yeah, if somebody wants to PM me over the again, if somebody wants to PM me over the Maiden Square DW cam, I haven't checked if somebody already sent it to me or not, so I should probably check that. But trying to figure out why this is being frustrating here. There we go. That's better. Okay, good. All right. Somebody says drop a MOB on Putin's yacht. That might get his attention. Yeah. Somebody's stating those are one of the most powerful non-nuclear explosives, to be fair. Yeah, so yeah, thermobarics. I mean, they're not as large as like a nuclear explosion by any means, but they're a very violent explosion. I'm not sure if the thermobarics that the Russians are using are fuel air explosive thermobarics, or if they have some kind of other more advanced thermobaric system now. But yeah, fuel air bombs have always been a very destructive, weapon. Somebody's saying the DW cam will be back up after curfew. When is the curfew over? If anybody can maybe find that information for me. Yeah, that cam, Random Man, the cam you just sent me, I have that actually on screen. We have it on screen underneath the Oblinsky District one. We'll probably put that up as well. So here's one here. Somebody swears is live. We'll take a look for ourselves. Okay, actually, yeah, this one is not working either, so that's not going to work. Oh, there's some explosions there out of Kiev. Somebody says, pretty sure this is live. Power went out earlier. Okay, well, we'll take a look at this one, and we'll let our viewers decide if it's worthwhile. Yeah, not sure about this one either, and I can't really see anything in this one. We might put this one on the back. Yeah, we might put this one on the back burner. Yeah, I'm gonna put this one on the back burner. We have it up though. If I see anything in it, we will keep a look on it. Cryptic, thank you for sending that over. So okay, here's an interesting read here from the National Interest. Kremlin sends this over. He says, read this for info on why TOS-1 being deployed is very bad news. So we get this. So yeah, this is what the system looks like. These are thermobaric warheads here. It's basically kind of like very similar to like a grad launcher. They fire in barrages. I wish it would show me the actual article though. Everything is very zoomed in here. Yeah, it's actually not showing me the article. Unless I'm not seeing something. Oh, here we go. So today's TOS-1 is a powerful artillery weapon that no one wants to cross. The TOS-1 Buratino is a unique Russian self-propelled multiple rocket launcher system. MRLS is the acronym used for that. That has been seen action in global hotspots like Afghanistan, Chechnya, Iraq, Syria. In this article, they say, to put it concisely, these are amongst the most devastating explosive weapons, short of tactical nuclear weapons. Yep, fuel air explosives. TOS stands for heavy flamethrower. Yeah, so which is only accurate in a literal sense. Instead of projecting a stream of jellied gasoline like a traditional flamethrower, the TOS-1 launches a rocket carrying a fuel air explosive. So basically, you have a primary explosive that releases a fuel air mixture into the air, and then a secondary charge that detonates that fuel air mixture, which causes a very drastic shockwave, and even in some cases a vacuum can be caused. These were first employed by the United States in Vietnam War because napalm wasn't destructive enough. Napalm munitions disperse a sticky flame liquid over a wide area. By contrast, a fuel air explosive detonates the very air itself. A small explosive inside the FAE munition spreads a chemical cloud in the air. Through an aerosol effect, the gaseous cloud seeps effortlessly into buildings and caves. And down into slit trenches. A secondary explosive then ignites the cloud, causing a massive and long-lasting explosion. The pressure generated by a TOS-1 blast amounts to 427 pounds per square inch. For comparison, most conventional bomb blasts create roughly half that amount, and regular air pressure is 14 pounds per square inch. So yeah, it would just the shockwave, just the blast alone can kill you very easily, basically rip you to shreds. Victims near the center of a TO-1 blast are crushed to death. Further out, the overpressure can break bones, dislocate eyes, cause internal hemorrhaging, and rupture eardrums, bowels, and other internal organs. And that's just from the shockwave itself. It's not from shrapnel or anything like that. It also sucks the air out of victims' lungs, possibly causing them to collapse, leading to the death of suffocation. Yeah, that's because of a vacuum that is caused by the sudden ignition of that fuel air explosive. So yeah, just some information about the TOS-1 there. So yeah, definitely a very devastating weapon. Basically, if one, Kremlin says here, basically if one hits near a subway entrance, everyone sheltering inside asphyxiates. So yeah, we definitely don't want to see that occur. So we're hearing some definite contact here outside the city skirts of Kiev as the Russian advance begins to move closer. Here's some footage of those TOS-1s rolling along highways here in Ukraine. This was seen south of Belgrade. So yeah, they're moving it north towards Kiev then. That's definitely our TOS-1 there. That doesn't look like a grad at all. So yeah, some footage there of that. from it looks to be a verified CNN reporter. However, guys, again, everything we're showing you here, make sure take it with a grain of salt, and because some stuff could be unverified or unconfirmed. So just make sure to keep that in mind as we're going through some of this news here. One moment, guys. Here we're listening into the audio over Kiev. Give me one moment. I'm gonna get. We're going to get basically this round of updates going for you guys here. So we're going to go over everything that's been going on the past 6 to 12 hours. Yeah, Giotti's saying there's already talk about Putin and war crimes. Yeah, well, I think we won't see the full extent of that for at least another couple days here, maybe even a week. So. All right, stand by, guys. So it looks like we just lost one of our cameras there, guys. We're going to try to get something else up there for you now. It's a bummer, though, because that was a really good shot. In fact, yeah, I'm just going to keep this one up here for now. Yeah, that was a really good shot. I liked that one. Somebody said turn off the audio from Maidan. We don't have any audio coming from Maidan. Those shots you heard were actual shots ringing out in Kiev. Yeah, we don't have any camera audio coming from Maidan currently. So if somebody could, maybe if somebody has a better stream for us to put up there. Yeah, that stream just got knocked offline. Yeah, if anybody has a better stream to throw up. So apparently this is also Maidan, currently in blackout. In fact, we can see the golden steeple there. If somebody wants to maybe get some confirmation on that to me, that would be helpful, because we want to make sure that all of our cameras are live and accurate. We want to make sure everything here that we're showing you guys is current. Okay. If anybody else does have any Kiev cams, please send them over. Please PM them to me. We'll get them up on screen. Make sure they're not ones we've already been looking at. Make sure they're ones that are confirmed live. Okay. In fact, I believe my intel analysts, yeah, have sent over a couple of them already. I'll get a look at those in a second. What is today? Saturday? Okay. So apparently General Staff has instructed that Kiev be taken by Monday, so the Russian military is looking to get Kiev sacked by Monday. For anybody asking what they can do to help, there's plenty of work that needs to be done over in the Discord. Everything from translations to radio interceptions to monitoring flight radar to monitoring marine traffic. We have hundreds of people doing that right now as we speak, but we can always use more manpower. Okay. With that said, guys, if those of you that maybe don't want to hop over to the Discord, or those of you that do want to help still, you can watch cameras on your own in your browser. You can keep an eye on news reports and just alert people, share information, share what you know. That's the best possible way you can help us. Okay. Yeah, I saw the Fox News Maidan Square Cam. We do have that up now. However, it's not on screen for you. If we need to switch over to that, we will. However, I don't like to use their feeds because Fox is a little bit finicky about stuff like that. So a lot of the other news agencies that we've been using feeds from, DW, CNN, they're a lot more lax when it comes to sharing live feeds and stuff like that. Fox News has been a stickler about stuff like that. Thank you, Mark S., for the geolocation of the oil fields causing the fire behind Kiev. Thank you much. Thank you much. Here, actually, guys, here's a video of that TOS-1A heavy thermobaric flamethrower system, just so you guys can get. I like how they call it a flamethrower, even though it's not a flamethrower at all in any respect. Stand by while I get that on screen for you guys here. And we can watch that video of the thermobarics being used. So here's the TOS-1A. These are the thermobaric warheads you see here. They're not small by any stretch of the imagination. And you'll see here why these weapons are so destructive. Somebody's saying U.S. propaganda at its best. As I said before, we've been talking about this all week, guys. We cover all sides of the story. We're not pro-Western. We're not pro-Russian. However, just to be clear, we are coming to you guys live from the United States. And as you see there, you can see why those thermobaric warheads are so destructive. However, they skipped right over that. Let's look again at the explosion there. You guys can see a little bit about how these work just from that explosion. If we had some slow-mo footage of these thermobarics. So the initial explosion there, releases it basically disperses a fuel-air cloud, all right? And then a secondary explosion ignites that cloud. It happens really fast, but you can see just how destructive that shockwave is. If you watch that shockwave again there, yeah, absolutely, probably one of the most destructive artillery systems the Russians have at their disposal. Okay, so it looks like we lost some audio here from some of our cameras. Let's take a look at that, see what that's all about. Once again, that beautiful cam that we saw, you guys, overlooking the burning oil depot has gone offline, unfortunately. So that's unfortunate. Hold on, let me see. So we got audio from that one. Yeah, it looks like all of our audio. Actually, no, we have one. We have one or two audio feeds coming out here. Yep. Okay. So audio's back up and operational there. Michael J. Hout says, look like the type of weapons we'd use in the event of an alien invasion. Yes, if there was one weapon that could probably do some damage against an alien invasion besides nuclear, it would be thermobarics, most definitely. Those TOS will be more scrap for us to see in the videos. I hope for the Ukrainians that is true. Somebody says, what about the hot mic cam? Hot mic cam, I believe it went down. We still haven't got that back up, but we will shortly here. If you guys will stand by, I need to get some food ordered here, and we're going to get this roundup updates going. And we're going to go over basically everything that's happened in and around Kiev and Ukraine over the past 6 to 12 hours. Somebody's saying, what's the air traffic like near Poland and other countries' restricted airspace? Poland has definitely been pretty dead. Belarus, Lithuania has also been kind of dead. But yeah, I mean, look at the clearing out of airspace around this entire region, and you can just see firsthand the significance of this situation. It's reflected right in the air traffic. Somebody says, hot mic cam just went back up. Explosions can be heard. If somebody wants to send me the hot mic cam over, I can get that on screen for you. Yeah, just give me a few minutes here, guys. I got to get some food ordered here for myself. And I have people sending me over some data now, and some other cameras will get up on screen, but I really want to go over just the past 6 to 12 hours. We're going to start kind of our news block and just kind of go over all the developments. So Giotti, another thing about that, he was asking about Russian troops approaching that nuclear plant, the Zaporizhzhia. I can't really pronounce that. Sorry, guys, but we'll also go over that as well, and we'll also touch on the Chernobyl radiation situation and get updates on that. So, guys, stand by. Give me about 5 minutes here. I'll be back. Right now, we're currently listening to audio from 2 or 3 feeds here coming out of Kiev, and so we're going to listen into that and just keep an eye on some of the airspace here just for 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Again, guys, here, give me a few minutes. I'm working in the background and about to get this round of updates together here for you. We're just going to go over everything that's happened over the 6 to 12 hours. All these cameras you guys are seeing on screen are from Kiev. They're currently live. If anybody else has any other live cameras from Kiev that show better skylines and stuff, you can go ahead and PM me. What's up? Thank you very much for tuning in. Yep, we took a little break for over the course of the day so I could get some rest and so we could recuperate and regroup. And now we are back. Again, guys, just give me like about another few minutes here, and then we're just going to start going through all of the updates over the past 6 to 12 hours. And and we'll go from there, okay? For those of you that don't know, the cam we had with the oil depot burning in the background has gone down. If somebody knows of an angle on that situation that is still up, send it over. But at the moment, I do not have an angle of that is still up. Once again, yeah, if anybody has a view of the Kiev skyline with that burning oil depot, I could definitely use that. All right, guys. So, 69K, thank you for tuning in. He says he had poutine for dinner, all homemade. Sounds pretty delicious. Yeah, we are currently still looking to get a better shot on that oil depot. This one just is apparently broken, but we'll keep tuning into it nonetheless. Looks like they had zoomed in on something, perhaps, but yeah, we've seen a lot of reports of Russian tanks and military hardware columns just totally running out of gas and just being stranded on the highways. Right back to what I was talking about the other night, guys. These are young men that have just been called up to arms. They're the first ones that are being sent in from eastern Ukraine and from Russia. Okay, are the young men that are being forced to fight. All right, and also they are being sent in with those Soviet tanks and military hardware that we've been talking about all week. Okay, Russia went and they pulled all of this old hardware out of warehouses that they had been storing for years over the past month or so, and they prepped it all, got it moved to the Ukrainian border, and that's what we're seeing move in. That's why all these pictures of the tank columns you guys are seeing are all old Soviet hardware. It's all old stuff. Okay, they're being sent in with crappy gear, crappy tanks, crappy vehicles. All right, and they're undertrained. Most of them. Okay, most of them are either conscripts that have been called to arms in the rebel-held regions of Donetsk and Luhansk and eastern Ukraine. And yeah, they're basically being sent in as cannon fodder, basically to soak up the Ukrainians' resources like javelins. Okay, their anti-air systems, their anti-tank systems, all of that stuff. That's what this initial force that's moving in now, guys. The reason it's failing so much, I believe, is because the Russians are basically sacrificing a whole bunch of poor young Ukrainian and Eastern Russian servicemen. I say Ukrainian, I mean Ukrainians from the eastern part of Ukraine, of Donetsk and Luhansk. Okay, and yeah, they're basically being just sent in to soak up the javelins and a lot of Ukraine's initial resources. And then Putin's probably going to send in a larger, more capable force in the coming days. That would be my guess. Um, uh, there are reports, though, that Putin is furious that it's taking longer than he expected it to. So it could be the Ukrainians are just putting up a hell of a freaking fight here. Okay, and so far we've seen a lot of evidence of that. We've seen all sorts of reports of heroic acts by young Ukrainian soldiers. Just putting their lives on the line to do things like blow up bridges and stop the Russian advance from moving closer to the city of Kiev. There's been a lot of crazy stuff coming out of there. There's the Kiev ghost, the ghost of Kiev. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about Russians cremating their dead and stuff. However, we have that's I still haven't been able to verify that. But I mean, there's been millions of reports coming out, even on mainstream media. There's reports of these cremators, but I still haven't been able to verify anything on that. So I mean, but yeah, it would be extremely tragic if that was truly going on. Um, uh, we saw the evidence 4 or 5 days ago, guys, when this was first starting. We were getting the evidence of the Eastern Ukrainian, sorry, the Donetsk, so the DPR and the LPR, basically those two chunks of eastern Ukraine there. All of the young men, age 18 to 60, there were called up to serve. They were sent text messages. There was an emergency alert sent to their phones, basically saying it's your time to fight for your country now. If you run, you're going to be prosecuted. You'll be thrown in prison and stuff. And so all of these young men were basically called up there, and basically with little to no training, maybe a couple days of emergency crash course basic training, were put into old Soviet gear, handed old weapons, and thrown into old tanks from the 80s. And that's what you're seeing here now, guys. Moving into Ukraine is basically this initial cannon fodder force, which is being sent in to soak up Ukrainian resources, and that's why we're seeing, I think, such a slow advance by the Russians. Not to mention such massive Russian casualties. I believe. I mean, that's not only because of the excellent job that the Ukrainian defense is doing, but I believe it has directly to do with the lack of training that the Russian forces, at least these Russian forces, have. Um, uh, and it's their lack of equipment and training. Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll show you guys some of the details on like their hardware and stuff, and for those of you that have been tuning into the stream, I mean, you know, we were watching entire columns moving up those highways last night of outdated equipment, outdated military hardware, and some of those shots made mainstream news. I've been watching some of those shots we were looking at on those CCTV cameras make mainstream news. I saw the Soviet tank that we had made some headlines. So it's crazy just how far our little intelligence gathering community here has been able to go. Yeah, Russians receive basic military training in school. Yes, Russians do. We're talking about the young men in eastern Ukraine and the DPR and LPR that were called up to fight, basically, and most of those dudes are the first ones being sent in, unfortunately, and they lack training. Yeah, so he said even their special forces dudes have been stranded in Kiev with no gas and food. Yeah, yeah, and I think that directly has to do with the so that's the initial force. We've seen all sorts of evidence of their supply chains just totally faltering, and again, I think that goes back to bad equipment, bad training. A lot of their fuel supply is being hindered. A lot of their water and food supplies are being hindered. Ammunition has been an issue for them. However, don't underestimate. They are currently amassing on the outskirts of Kiev, and they are still moving in into Ukraine at this time. Somebody says the live cam of the oil depot fire is still looped. He's monitoring it. Coolsville, thank you very much for that. Yeah, if you guys have any questions about the cameras or anything like that, or if we need to get other ones on screen, totally down to get those on screen for you guys. Here's some video KFC sent over. Thank you, Kentucky Fried Chicken, for sending us this video here of the. I believe this is from the oil depot exploding. However, I'm not entirely sure on that, but this is an explosion from inside Kiev from earlier. A little bit of a mushroom cloud there from the explosion. This might have been that gas pipeline that was hit. This could also be the oil depot. Not sure. I believe those were two separate incidents, if I'm not mistaken. Oblinsky district. Yeah, we have the Oblinsky cam. In fact, here I'll go ahead. We're gonna take down the oil cam. Actually, you know what? We'll put the oil cam. Yeah, we're just gonna take down the oil cam. The oil cam sucks. We're not getting anything. If anybody has a better cam of the oil fire that is still live, we did have a live feed up. That does look like it's been looped, that one there. But we did have a live feed up. Yeah, actually, somebody just messaged me. Tian Watcher, thank you for clarifying. He says top left cam is replay of earlier. Actual live cam is down. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, we saw that there was a camera that we had live of the oil fire burning, but it did get knocked offline. Okay, Kharkiv is where this explosion is. Thank you, KFC, for clarifying. Explosion we just saw on screen a few seconds ago is indeed from Kharkiv. In fact, I'll just show it to you again just to clarify with everybody that that's what we were looking at there. This explosion here was from Kharkiv. Little mushroom cloud there. Very reminiscent of nuclear mushroom clouds. However, that is not a nuclear bomb, just to be perfectly clear. Smelly Spaghetti, thank you for tuning in again. We'll be in touch for sure. Yeah, cannot find any others of the oil burning cam. So it looks like we don't have eyes on the oil burning situation, guys. But we'll keep track on that situation. Somebody says turn off the sound on the cars passing by. That is audio feed coming from Kiev. I guess I could turn it down a little bit. However, we do want to keep in mind that we want to hear those sounds. If anybody sees any good cams out of Kiev that we should get up on screen here, once again, you can send those to me. Just make sure they're not ones that we've already looked through. Make sure they're live. We want to make sure that we're getting preferably verified cameras, either CCTV or it's fine if we use some news cameras too. There are some live feeds up from a few different news agencies. Yep, okay. Just kind of going through some of the messages you guys are sending me here. KFC, is this also footage from Kharkiv? I believe this is a different angle from the same situation. We'll go ahead and Oh, he says this is the oil depot in the village of Krycheki near Vesikiv. I can't pronounce that, guys. As I said, bear with me with my lack of pronunciation. But here's the oil. Reportedly, this is the oil field, the oil depot. Sorry, that was burning earlier in Kiev that we were watching. You can hear that ominous roar from the burning oil. Kind of reminds me of Kuwait. Very reminiscent of Kuwait. So yeah, here's the Fox business cam. Do we have that up? Let me see. Do I have that up right now? No, we do not. Yeah, so here's the Fox business cam. We'll just take a look at that quick just to see. Yeah, so basically the same angle. So, okay, this confirms that they have blacked out, at least by the church there. It is darkened at this evening, and they have switched over to what seems to be red lights. That could be unrelated, but I think that's probably due to the significant risk of bombardment from missiles and artillery and even aircraft at this time. The Fox business stream is just a black square, so I think we'll stick with the one we got over here with our timestamp because that helps in keeping people confident that that camera is in fact synced up with our clock in our lower left-hand corner. Okay, so yeah, a curfew is ongoing. Yeah, we've been talking about that. Let's go and just really quickly. I just want to see what the mainstream media is kind of saying right now. What's the narrative right now? Rusuya. Yeah, let's go Russia. How about that? That'll work. Okay. Okay, so here's some live updates from CNN. We'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at what NBC is saying. Take a look at what the Post is saying. All right, let's get what's the Western narrative, and we'll look at something from AP News here, and yeah, just kind of we're just kind of get a fix on what they're saying right now. Some of the latest stories coming out of Kiev. So here is hold on. Here is some more footage of that sky glowing that we were looking at earlier. Is this live right now, or is this?
It is just after 3.
Yeah, okay, yeah, how about not? Okay, so massive explosions have been reported near Ukraine's capital. Yeah, that's consistent. Ukrainian president vowing the country will stand its ground. Yep, consistent. You know, we saw the videos of Zelensky, you know, saying he's not going to flee. Which good for him, man. He's just going down with the ship, and you know he's standing his ground, and you know I respect that. He has definitely not been. He has not let Putin intimidate him throughout this entire crisis. He's been pretty good at standing up to the situation. I think, especially you know with all the threats to his family and stuff as well. More than 120,000 people have fled Ukraine. Yeah, we've been seeing the videos for the past couple days of the clogged railway stations and the flooded highways. We have images from Maxar. If somebody wants to pull up those images from Maxar, guys, of the clogged highways and PM those to me real quick, we can get those on screen for these guys. But yeah, we have fresh satellite images out of Maxar showing the clogged highways out of Kiev. If somebody can send those to me real quick, we'll get those on screen. So yeah, there's again there is an ongoing cyber campaign being undertaken by Russia, even at this hour in Ukraine, to hinder both communications infrastructure, power infrastructure, websites, all sorts of things. We've even seen issues here. Restream last night was having issues with some of their servers. That was confirmed. Cloudflare has been reporting issues there basically across the globe. There's been, I think it has to do with two things: an influx of internet traffic, of people monitoring the situation, and an ongoing of cyber attacks that are occurring. So it's kind of like a multifaceted problem. Okay, yeah. So we heard about that sanctions. Yeah, blah blah blah. Okay. by allowing ads. I don't think so. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we've talked about RT and its narrative for the Kremlin and how that plays into Putin's game, and we've also talked about the independent blowhorns that we've been seeing. People like Mr. Lancaster that we've been looking into. There's more of them, but none of them are as high a quality of reporting as Mr. Lancaster. To put that bluntly, but yeah, we've talked about their tactics there of making reporting look like it's independent journalism, but really they're being directly backed by people like the Kremlin, like the Russian government directly, and just how that kind of affects people's view on things, especially locally in the region. It goes a lot deeper than just what they're touting to English-speaking crowds. It also affects people in their own regions as well. Okay, yep, the Hotel Baccara cam, Ferox, we have that already. I have that underneath the Uplinsky cam right now. We can take a look at that if we need to. Gas pipeline in Kharkiv has been blown up. People have been asked to close all windows. Yeah, so we're getting ongoing reports of the air situation in and around. Hey, actually, we should be able to check air quality maps. Does somebody want to check an air quality map? There might be monitoring stations still live in and around Kiev. We might be able to see higher levels of particulate in the air. If somebody wants to, I know we should be able to get a report on that. Somebody look up air quality maps for Ukraine, and we'll also add that to our list of open source intelligence resources. I just thought of that. That's a good idea. For us guys here in the United States, you'll know that over the course of this summer, you've probably been looking at those air quality maps quite a bit as we've had ongoing forest fires occurring in and around the region. But yeah, guys, let's get those air quality maps up for Ukraine. If any are still working, if any of those monitoring stations are still working, we can look that up. We're not talking about radiation. We're just talking about air particulate quality from this oil depot fire. So yeah, ongoing reports of like the Russians possibly looking to target things like the radioactive waste and different chemical sites in and around Ukraine. But that stuff is still unconfirmed, so we're going to take that with a grain of salt. But there's definitely a possibility there. Okay, so thank you, Tyler, for sending over right away on that, jumping on that, sending over the air quality maps for the region. Yeah, we'll take a look at that here. Okay, so here's for Kiev, currently hazardous. All right, and if we look at our trend map here, guys, we'll see an exact trend. So it looks like those monitoring stations are still working. I don't want your feedback thing. Get out of there. But geez. All right, if you look at the chart, it goes up. The chart goes up, guys. It went up significantly. 21:30, so what, just about a half an hour to an hour ago, a couple hours ago, so that could definitely be related, guys. We're going to have to keep an eye on this air quality chart. If somebody wants to add that into the, if somebody can add that to the Open Source Intelligence Tools channel on Discord, and if a mod could possibly pin that, if you have the ability, we could get that pinned there. But this will definitely be a map that we should look into more over the coming days as we see some of these further attacks on possible infrastructure sites like oil, gas pipelines, and even possibly some chemical storage sites. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on both these radiological maps and these particulate maps. Troy G says, can you play the song Masters of War? Yeah, maybe not now. Probably wouldn't be the right time. But okay, wow, guys, here, look. So you can see clearly here on the map, in and around, okay, the rest parts of Ukraine here, around Kiev, good. But near where we have that possible oil pipeline burning, we have a severe increase in particulate. In air particulate. So yeah, that's no bueno. No bueno. Yeah, so that does go hand in hand with the reports we're getting of people looking to having to close their windows and stuff. Thank you again, Tyler, for sending over that map in such short notice. Here's another map. I can't even pronounce your name, man. Abthrilla sent over. I'll just try to pronounce it there. So good air quality in Kiev, good 33, but yeah, that's not for the individual station that we were looking at. So yeah, you can see a spike here. That could be related. Yeah, you're definitely seeing some spikes here. Is that our fire there? Yeah, is this the fire? Yeah, so he sent me, the same guy just sent me the same map, or the other map that we were just looking at, this one here. Yeah, so here's the individual monitoring sites, okay? So basically, it works the same way at weather stations. In fact, I think they probably mount the hardware on the same monitoring sites. So like on rooftops and stuff like that, they'll have like a weather monitoring station, and this hardware is usually mounted probably in the same area. If it would let me zoom in, I think I'm gonna have to manually do it. I guess the scroll wheel is not working, but we'll get a close eye look in and around Kiev. Get an idea of what's going on there. Where's that 500 mark that you were looking at here? That's pretty bad right there. Unable to find the. I'm unable to find the exact location I was looking at a minute ago. I'll go back and I'll use the other link. We'll use that other link there. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, here's the map again, and let's zoom out now so we can see where we were. So yeah, just a chart for everybody. And he says it's going up. The chart is currently going up, but yeah, so it's extremely hazardous currently in that area, coming from that monitoring site there. So yeah, that's not good. Hold on, let's zoom out here. Okay, so yeah, let's take a look at the chart and kind of get an eye on that chart and see if it's moving up. He said it did look like it was increasing. Yeah, I mean, the trend looks like it's going down now. It looks like it's trending down, but we'll have to see. He said just jump to 611. It did just jump to 611. He's right. Yeah, so that's not good. We'll have to keep an eye on this. So yeah, we're also getting a lot of reports what's coming out of Russian television and like RT and stuff, that basically they're showing like the aftermath left behind of the Russian advancing forces, and that in that maybe we should like take a look at that narrative later. Basically, they're trying to basically they're coming from an intimidating narrative, is what some people are telling me here. And that it's getting some outrage here in the West. So we'll probably take a look at what they're saying later. Take a look. Oh yeah. Oh, actually, okay. Here, Tyler sent me. He was watching it in real time go up. It went from 500. He took a screenshot at 583, and then at 599 just a second ago, and then he watched it jump to 611 just a moment ago when we were when we talked about that. Hold on. Let's go refresh the page here. So it looks like it went down again. So I'll have to keep an eye on it. It could be just kind of trending in the upper direction. However, if you look at the trend map here, it does look like it is going down. But again, we'll have to keep an eye on that over the course of the day. In fact, it looks like the high was 706, so it could be trending actually back down and just fluctuating. We could be seeing fluctuations as the smoke cloud passes by the monitoring station in the wind. We could be seeing patches of kind of clear air, and then all of a sudden patches of really smoky air. But it could be trending in the downward direction as the fire gets put out by Ukrainian fire brigades and the defense forces if they are on the ground, or just as the fuel itself burns out. But again, we'll have to keep an eye on that situation. Thank you guys for sending over those air quality maps. That is a huge help. Get both of those maps into the open source intelligence tools, and we will keep an eye on those. So here's some pictures. Here's a picture of some Ukrainian defense forces holding their Saint javelins. What an inspiring motley group we have here, guys. Sidearm and a javelin. Wow. Oh man, this is a yeah. If there's anything that gives me the fizz, it's a picture like this, man. Oh wow. Yeah. These guys are probably feeling pretty confident right now. I know I would be having Saint Javelin, um, sitting its angelic self upon my shoulders. Yeah, it's guys like these that are that are hopefully going to win this fight, or at least keep the Russians at bay long enough to allow most civilians to get out of the country. But yeah, some awesome stuff there. Thank you, KFC, for sending that over. Somebody said those are NLAWs, not javelins. Thank you very much for correcting me on that. NLAWs, roger that. As I said, I'm not an expert on military hardware, but yeah, okay, we'll get a look at the radiation mapping on Chernobyl as well, because a lot of people are requesting that I do that. Somebody said $400,000 sitting there. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, again, ongoing reporting of huge protests coming out of Moscow. They've been they've definitely been standing up in the past few days here. So that's interesting. Yep, more reports of Ukrainian citizens taking up arms to defend their country. Just kind of sifting through the piles of reports, guys, I have here. Stand by. Yeah, a lot of these images coming in over the past couple days of Russian tanks stuck in ditches and mud on the side of the road. I mean, keep in mind, guys, I mean, this is probably, as I said earlier, lack of training and shitty hardware we're seeing, supply lines breaking down, you know, for fuel and stuff like that for these soldiers. But something to keep in mind, this stuff happens all the time in war, okay, during invasions. Invasions are very chaotic events with hundreds of thousands of bodies on the ground. And, yeah, it's definitely, it definitely, you know, you definitely see stuff like this happening. Yeah, again, guys, yeah, thank you for correcting me that those were NLAWs that those soldiers had, not javelins. Thank you for that. So yeah, we will take a look at getting some of these cameras exchanged out here in just a second, guys. Here's a funny Ukrainian photo that Sakura sends over. Thank you for this lighthearted addition to the stream. It's stuff like this that I like seeing out of Ukraine, guys. So this is, I believe these are javelins, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, correct me, guys, if I'm wrong. But I believe these are javelin systems. Am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. But yeah, this is Ukrainian, or sorry, this is Ukrainian Defense Forces here. Somebody says no, these are NLAWs again. Yeah, yeah, javelins. Yeah, these are javelins, guys. I'm pretty sure these are javelins, but I'm getting mixed reports. Javs are big. Yeah, I thought Javs were a little bit bigger too, but anyway, hilarious stuff out here out of Ukraine. That's awesome to see that they are well equipped, at least for now. Hopefully, we see a larger influx of lethal aid going into Ukraine over the next few days. Thank you, Sakura, for sending over that again. Okay, here we go. So he's not Javs either. Javs are a little bit bigger. What made me think that was a javelin was the end caps here. These like end backblast shield things. I don't know exactly what these are used for. Again, I'm not an expert on military hardware. I've never used a javelin missile system. But again, here's a javelin, a little bit bigger. Super soakers, somebody said. So he said the picture of the soldier carrying a bunch is a few days old. Yeah, that doesn't matter. We were just looking at it because it was a nice piece of lighthearted content here. It has the side control, and they angle up like that. Okay, interesting. Thank you for that. KFC, okay, sends over an ABC News Go article on the Chernobyl situation. We'll kind of look at what the narrative is here, except we're unable to get that up on screen for you guys. So I know somebody just sent me the map. We'll just take a look at the map. Oh, here we go. Here's another article here. Looks from like a smaller news source here. Data from the automated radiation monitoring system of the exclusion zone, which is available online, indicate the control levels of gamma radiation dose rates have been exceeded at a significant number of observation points. Yeah, that's what tells me that it's not just. The other night on the stream, the popular theory was that it was just because of mortar rounds and like tank traffic and stuff kicking up dust in and around the zone, which would possibly, kick up some of that particulate, some of those radioactive isotopes into the air. However, with the activity we're seeing on the monitoring sites, you guys, it doesn't look that way. It looks like it's most likely pointing towards that some of the radioactive containment sites have possibly been either accidentally hit or purposefully targeted. We're unsure at this time. It's really hard to know. Yeah, some reporting here from the AP talking about the gas pipeline hit. Again, I think this is either Russia's attempt to kind of starve Kiev of resources slowly over the next coming hours and days, or it could be possibly accidental, however unlikely with something like a fuel depot or a gas pipeline. It's most likely sabotage at this point. I eat frogs. Yep, we've talked about this a couple of times on the stream over the past few days, or actually we've been talking about this for the past week. We were seeing before the invasion happened, we were seeing a lot of the tanks, a lot of the T-80s, T-90s had been retrofitted with metal grates on top of the turrets, and we were initially speculating that maybe it could be like for keeping snow off the tanks or for camouflage and installing camouflage. We then realized it was because it was a protection against the Javelin missiles. So those tanks, a lot of T-80s and T-90s have been retrofitted with these metal grates on top, and basically the Javelins, when they fire, the missile goes straight up, and then it goes vertical, up into the atmosphere, and then comes down on top of the tank where the armor is thinnest, and it uses a armor penetrating shape charge like jet to penetrate the armor and defeat the tank. Okay, and so these grates you're seeing retrofitted to the top of those tanks are basically there to prematurely detonate the Javelin system, and so that defeats the armor-piercing capability. Yeah, basically somebody said cope cages that do nothing. They probably are. I doubt they're 100% effective. But we have had confirmation that is why the Russians have been retrofitting those cages, is to help thwart some of those Javelin missile systems. It's basically a last-ditch effort to thwart those Javelin systems, which are very prominent now in eastern Ukraine after the U.S. and the West supplied them. Somebody says, are the crates single-use, or can they take more than one Javelin? I do not know. I speculate that they would be just a last-ditch effort to protect the tank crew. It would probably decommission the tank either way, Javelin strike, but it might not fully penetrate that top armor with that grate there, because, as I said, it prematurely detonates that shape charge jet, which doesn't allow... it basically allows just enough space to defeat the armor-penetrating capability of the Javelin, and so it would probably decommission the tank still. However, it might save the tank crew, and so that they would be able to get out of there. Yeah, single use. Javelins are single use. Yeah, not sure if they. I'm pretty sure they don't have any repeat use. Yeah, videos on YouTube showing javelins wrecking those cages. Yeah, as I said, the cages are just like a one-time use against those Javelin missile systems. And as I said, it probably still decommissioned the tank, but what it does is protects the tank crew from that armor penetrating capability, so that it can still, so they can still get out of harm's way. Really quick, we're going to switch over to the radiation map that people are sending me here. Yeah, so more reports of the radiation spiking majorly in and around the Chernobyl exclusion zone. We've been watching that. If you guys see here, this was the 24th, the night of the 25th, which was yesterday, or yeah, it was the other night. We watched that spike live, and it just started going up and up and up and up and up. And yeah, we're pretty. I mean, I've heard some conflicting reports on how dangerous this amount of gamma rays is, but I think what it is indicative of, it's definitely proof that some sort of radiation containment has been damaged here, because you wouldn't see spikes across all of the you wouldn't see spikes like this across all of these monitoring stations unless there has been a significant increase. Here you can see a pretty significant data there, or sorry, pretty consistent data. But if you look here at some of these monitoring sites, you can see clear indications that there definitely has been a sharp increase of radiation being monitored at these sites here. Yeah, I hear some people saying this is debunked. I don't think so. I'd be very speculative of any claims that says this is debunked, guys, because I'm getting reports from all sorts of verified sources. This has been on mainstream news all night about the possible spike of radiation in the zone. And you wouldn't see, if it was just a monitoring station that had been hit and was giving bad data, you wouldn't see spikes across the entire zone, guys. So don't listen to that, okay? That is most likely disinformation. A lot of these sites are dependable. These monitoring sites have been here since the 80s when Chernobyl went down, okay? It has been very important for them to keep accurate, internationally available data on the radiation levels in and around the exclusion zone, okay? There are multiple maps that show this data here, okay, that there are in fact spikes in and around the zone. You can look it up for yourself. There are reports of this. If you guys want to look at these maps, you can find a link to these maps in the open source intelligence tools, either below the stream. I'm not sure if we have the radiation map in the description below the YouTube live, but it is over on the Discord in the open source intelligence section. Somebody says hot mic guy is on. Okay, we'll try to maybe get over to him. If somebody wants to send me that information. So yeah, but just to follow up with that, we'll have to keep an eye on the radiation situation and get more concrete proof out of the exclusion zone of really what happened with those radioactive containment facilities and storage sites. We've had a lot of reports of them possibly being breached, but yeah, people talk about the radiated dust, guys. The spikes don't surprise you. Yeah, but again, we're talking about a region that is currently saturated with rain and snow. Dust levels like that probably would not be picked up that broadly across the exclusion zone. We're pretty confident that it is not. I mean, it could be caused. Again, we've been speculating. This is all speculation. You know, our Thilla makes the point. You know, again, that people have been making, that it could be just from walking around, from shells going off, tanks driving around, that could be causing dust to be kicked up. However, these are significant spikes for these monitoring sites that lead more from the experts I've heard from. They have said, you know, all the news reports are saying, and all the experts are saying, you know, that it probably looks more likely that a containment site was hit. It could have been accidentally hit. We were speculating the other night that it could have also been targeted by either the Russians or the Ukrainians for a multitude of reasons, but again, just theories, all right? All of these are theories at this time. As I said over the past few nights, it's going to take us days to get really concrete information from the exclusion zone and from what's going on up there, because it is still an active war zone, you guys, and so it's really hard to really know what's going on the ground. And the disinformation is real, okay? Everybody, we got to get that clear right now. There is a metric ton, I would argue 2 metric tons of disinformation going around here, guys, and we have to keep an eye on every single piece of that information to see, to see what really is true and what isn't. We have to keep an eye on our sources. Yeah, Shardell says here, Ukraine confirmed it was caused by a missile hitting waste storage. We have talked about how it's not necessarily dangerous to the broader Ukrainian region. However, I would argue that it probably does have some effects for the people that are in and around the zone. There's arguments as to if that spike in radiation would be enough to cause any sort of issues. However, I would argue if it is a missile that hit a waste storage facility, that will definitely have direct consequences for the people that are working in and around that area, and it will probably put those workers in danger, just as it did the people that cleaned up the Chernobyl disaster. What? Okay. Sorry, guys. 1 second here. Just going through some other reports here. We will keep an eye on some of these things here. Yeah, so we're going to get... Okay, really quickly, I'll go ahead. Okay, I muted the cars passing by, guys, so now we have just audio coming from the Kiev cam. Sorry about that. Yeah, other reports saying, other people saying, it's radiation spikes from disturbed soil. The Ukrainian, some Ukrainian independent Twitter sources said that. Again, I think we should just wait probably another 24 to 48 hours to see what news is coming in out of the zone to get an idea of what's going on there. Drill Bit, thank you for that information. To anybody that is in a timeout on the Discord, you're just going to have to wait for those timeouts to expire. Unfortunately, those are doled out for not following the server rules. We're trying to keep the chats over there civil because it's important to get information shared as quickly as possible. Heavy gunfire in Kiev's left bank continues today at 9:58 p.m. Eastern, so this was just posted a few minutes ago. However, guys, keep in mind, unconfirmed sources. There's some heavy gunfire coming in from Kiev's left bank. You can see some tracer rounds being exchanged there. Not sure if this is from last night's footage. Not sure if that's from last night's footage or today's footage, but we'll keep, I will keep an eye on that. Again, guys, we'll get cams up on screen here shortly, and we'll take a look at getting that layout changed around so we can have some more cameras available for you guys on screen for Kiev. Just give me some time on that one, and we'll get that set up as the night goes on. Here's an Al Jazeera, what looks to be an Al Jazeera stream. I'll just take a look at that real quick. Maybe that will be something we can get up there. Yeah, no, that one's not going to work. That's a direct feed from them. We need just camera. We just need straight camera feeds. Yep, Dutch News says there's heavy fighting in Kiev, out of suburbs. Yes, we have heard ongoing reports that the Russians are amassing on the outskirts of Kiev, and at any point now they could make an advance. But we are keeping an eye on the situation, and we'll continue to bring you guys information on that. Yep, we got more reports here. People are sending me about the gas pipeline being hit. You know, we've been taking a look at that. Somebody said that was 9 hours ago. So yeah, that was from last night, and I speculated that it was from last night because that looked like last night's footage. Again, yeah, but that is still important. It shows that there's, you know, the ongoing fights that are happening on the outskirts of Kiev right now between Ukrainian defense forces and the Russian defense forces. Guys, in this situation, I know, you know, events are moving very quickly, but showing some people on stream stuff that happened maybe 6 or 12 hours ago is still important. Okay, to get everybody filled in on what's going on the ground there. Air quality map, everything looks okay. In Kiev, yeah, we were just looking. There was a couple sites in Kiev that looked like they were definitely picking up that oil field. Mega Crypto, thank you much for those kind words, man. Much appreciated. Thank you for tuning into the stream. Yeah, I didn't really have much of a choice. I had to take that break today because we had some technicians that had to come out and do some line work. And now that that has been resolved, we are back up and operational here. But I definitely got some much-needed rest. I think I slept like 12 hours straight, probably. Active fire on that cam. I believe that's a cam near Lviv. I'll get that up into a side window, and if I see anything running on that, we will put that on screen for you guys. If I see any activity in that area, we'll keep the volume down on that, though. Ab Thriller, thank you so much, man, for that, and I'll toss you that rank. Guys, I am going to take a break here for just a few minutes just to get some food in me, but before I do, I'll try to get some stuff up on stream that we can kind of take a look at and keep an eye on while I go and eat some food quick. Ab Thriller, if you want to do me a favor and just pop a message in general chat really quick so I can easily find you, because I'm having a hard time finding you in the member search. Never mind, I found you. All right, guys. Smelly Spaghetti, roger that, man. Yeah, we will. I'll be talking to you in the coming days here. I don't know about tonight though. Jimmy B, thank you so much, man, for tuning in, and your support. And I'll give you I'll toss you those ranks again. If anybody needs any type of ranks, you can find those in the welcome channel, or you can PM me if it's like if it's any type of special rank. You can PM me for them. What was his name again? Was that Jimmy B? Yep. Thank you again, Jimmy B. Somebody says, I love your work, but you eat too much. I actually have not eaten in like 14 hours, so yeah, this is the time of night where I'm at, where I usually have dinner. So just keep that in mind. I am on the East Coast here. And again, to all of our stream supporters, I'll get everything taken care of over the coming hours and days here, so just bear with me there again. And also to the server, everybody that's boosted the server, you guys are awesome. I think we're like at 22 boosts now on the server. We passed 11 or 12,000 members. We just passed on the Discord server. Just the amount of work you guys are putting in over there is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. People want a Ukrainian rank. We could possibly do that at some point. Iggy, thank you very much. Psychedelic Primate, you can find those in the Welcome channel. If you scroll up on the left side of the Welcome channel, you can get those. Yep, Cynics, you can get those from the Welcome channel, dude. Just press the buttons, scroll up on the left side in the server, and you can find the Welcome channel there. Jim Baker, thank you for this update. He says, Johnny FD updated his Insta earlier. He and Bald have made a run for the border. Dude, if there was one video I would want to watch right now tonight, guys, is a video from Bald and Bankrupt or Johnny FD out of Ukraine. I would really like to know what the hell they're doing right now, man. Last time I heard, they were both in Maiden Square, and I mean, bombs were coming down on the city that night. So I was like really surprised to see that they were still in the country. The balls on those two guys is just balls of steel, man, for sure. And I love the content that both of those creators make. They're awesome YouTubers. All right, guys, stand by a few minutes, and I'm going to eat some food here. And right now we're just taking a look at a couple things on the radar. Mostly we're keeping track on Forte 11. We've been following him for weeks now. And so, yeah, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break here or so, and then we will continue on with our coverage. You guys, oh my God, you guys, hold on. So, all right, as some of you know, a little bit ago, I ordered some food, and I got DoorDash, and I got McDonald's, and on the side of the bag it says we keep getting hacked. Land, air, and sea, crunchy double, surf and turf. It says menu hacks. I don't know if this has anything to do with the ongoing cyber attack situation. But that's hilarious. Yeah, it was the only thing that was open near me right now, so I had to go with that. Yeah, I'll post a pic of the bag in Discord for those that want to see that. Yeah, I've been informed it's because of the menu hacks thing. I did not. I was not. I don't eat McDonald's very often, so I did not know about that. But it's still funny though. Colonel Colt says Mr. Nemeko keeps no food in the house in case it has microchips embedded in it by the KGB. Yeah, that and/or ricin. Yeah, or uh, what is it? Novichok? Novichok? No, is it pronounced Novichok? Mr. Toad asks, what happened to your stream today? You were gone for a long time. Yeah, we had last night while we were streaming, we had some line issues here, and we had to get some technicians out to replace some nodes on our local internet backbone, and now we are back up and operational. And I took that time to get some much-needed rest and recuperation. Andy says, "I thought you didn't pick a side." No, but I can definitely show my support for the Ukrainian people, which are going through a hell of a time right now. So that's why you see Slava Ukraine. Yeah, I saw somebody say that Korea-san's channel is basically doomed because they can't do any more videos on going to Chernobyl. Well, I'll tell you, I kind of miss their old content before they started just like going into Chernobyl all the time. But I mean, I love their Chernobyl content too. So yeah, it will definitely be kind of sad. But I guarantee you guys, first chance they get, they're walking right back into that zone. Guarantee it. If they don't get out of the country, the first chance they get, they're literally gonna go right back to the zone. Probably take a look at those destroyed um, waste facilities. Fives, thank you very much for your service, man. Glad to see some Marines tuning in to the stream. If you want your veteran rank, you can freely pick that up from the welcome channel in the Discord. If you scroll all the way to the on the left, if you scroll all the way to the top, you'll see the welcome channel. You can get your ranks there. 69K, thank you very much for those updates in the mod chat. Jim Barker notes that Johnny FD explained that he didn't go live because he was too embarrassed after making claims that he would stay and that the fighting wouldn't reach Kiev. Obviously, all the responses were positive and supportive. We're all just worried about them. Yeah, I second that. As I said earlier, I would love to see some videos and updates from both Bald and Johnny FD. They've definitely been in the thick of it the past a couple days and currently are. I'm not sure if they have made it out of Ukraine yet, but from what I heard, they are making a run for the border. So. For those asking, the cams that have sound on right now are coming out of Kiev. It's pretty quiet right now, but we are keeping an eye on the situation on the ground. Danny M, again, yeah, we touched on this earlier. We did get suspended from Twitch last night, but we were in contact with Twitch last night, and they're currently resolving the situation. And I'll probably have that stream up later this evening, if not tomorrow. Yep, quiet before the storm, as Alex Art says. That is very true. We are definitely hearing sporadic reports of Russian buildup along the outskirts of Kiev, and we're keeping an eye on that.
Пиздец, они всех ложат, всех вынимают с машины ложат. Хоть что-нибудь это мне. Ну, ты слышишь, что происходит?
In case you guys don't remember, this is the footage that we reported on live with you guys on the stream the other night as it unfolded. We had been watching their troop movements all night, and we had been reporting, we'd been watching and reporting their movements literally all night, and then it just happened to be that hours later, all of a sudden, within like 30 minutes, they started taking down all of the cameras along this stretch of highway that we had been watching them on. So, some interesting developments there. So yeah, I've heard sporadic reports from people saying that Elon Musk has launched Starlink service in Ukraine, and that more terminals are en route. We'll have to look into that later, but that's an interesting development. Okay, so some people have been asking me to play this video. I'll play the video. It's Some lighthearted footage out of Ukraine from over on Reddit. Somebody said we'll lighten the mood. We'll put that up on screen for you guys.
And heroic is Ukrainian to protect our soil, to protect our future, to protect our freedom and our democracy. We are in the center of Kiev. We are here to protect Ukraine, and the Russian position is about a little bit more than 2 kilometers from here. This is very difficult.
Thank you, Shardell, for sending that over, man. Yeah, sorry it took so long to get that up on screen here. Things get buried in my piles of PMs. J-Hout with this very important movement map here. This kind of shows troop movements in and around Ukraine. So this is their movement. So you can see the highway here. This is that highway I've been talking about that goes through the exclusion zone. I believe it goes like right through here. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, like right through here maybe. I don't know the exact specifics on that, but what I do know is that there is a highway that they had to use to go through the exclusion zone to get hardware to Kiev. It like knocked a bunch of distance off of their movements there, but you have them coming in from the north and then out of the west into Kiev, directly from the north down to Kiev, and then from the east they're moving to Kiev. So they are basically encircling the city at this time. Sick Guide, I'll see if I'll take a look in that camera and we'll see if maybe we can get that up on screen here. Here's some unverified footage. I mean, it's a verified account, so you guys can, think about that what you would. But this is apparently footage of the oil depot being put out currently at this hour. Hold on, let's go back there. You can see them. Looks to be taking a breather there. I can only imagine how hard it is to breathe in this situation with all those oil fumes running about. Thanks to Coots for sending over that filter for Flight Radar 24. I'll take a look at using that later. I'm not exactly sure how to do that at this time, but if we can get that set up, yeah, that would probably definitely help. Thank you for that. Yes, guys, I know I still have the eating message up because I'm still eating, but I'm still trying to answer some messages here as I get some food in me.
Родом откуда? Майор, откуда родом, блядь? Дай мне погончик один на память.
Guys, here I have some interesting footage sent over by MJ Hout. I just wanted to make sure to vet that footage before I put it on screen for you guys, but it looks this is pretty interesting here. This is what looks to be a Russian officer that has been captured by Ukrainian soldiers, and they give him a cigarette. Take a look here.
Родом откуда? Майор, откуда родом, блядь? Дай мне погончик один на память. Не, погоны на кителе оставьте.
Some decency and respect for the enemy there, shown by the Ukrainian Defense Forces. Kind of an interesting clip there. Yeah, these flamethrowers, No Filter said, have you heard anything on the flamethrowers? Yeah, those are thermobaric weapon systems. We've been talking about those earlier in the night. We were talking about that. Maybe we'll touch more on that later. Yeah, keep in mind, I mean, Dan C says doesn't look like a young guy so much for those training issues. Well, keep in mind that everybody that is being called up to fight in both the eastern part of Ukraine, the rebel-held territory, and in Ukraine itself, are all men 18 to 60. Doesn't matter if they've been formally military trained or not. Thank you, Skeet Davidson. Thank you for tuning in. Again, everybody that's tuning in tonight, thank you so much for stopping by. I'm glad you guys are joining me here. Again, I'm just still trying to get some food in me here. I'm almost done eating, and then we're going to start going through some more updates here. So as you guys can see here on the map, it looks like our Forte 11 was doing some observational holding patterns here over the Black Sea. That could be some Russian naval hardware movements. That's obvious right there. I mean, look at that, guys. That's obvious surveillance holding pattern right there over some kind of target. That's what we were looking at earlier in the week when I was first watching these drones kind of, diverge off of their paths. They would, go and do like a reconnaissance circle, kind of like this. But yeah, definitely a tighter formation than what we see usually. Over here, also it looks like maybe there was some observations going on, possibly down there as well. Yeah, somebody said that pattern to the right is over a Russian oil tanker. That's interesting. Sounds like some audio might have cut out there. I'll take a look at that here. But here's a tweet about that goes to Kiev. I can read you guys the translation. It says, in the photo, the MiG-20... What in the world? What in the world? Okay, so we figured out what cam was playing audio there, guys. We got that taken care of. All right, so yeah, we had audio cut out from that camera, and it seems to have opened up another video. That's what we were hearing there. But, okay, let's see. Is this live then? Yeah, this is live as well. Okay, so we... Okay, no, that is down. So that one is down. If anybody has another Kiev, a Maiden Square cam to send over, now would be the time. Looks like that one did drop out. That one is definitely, yeah, not dependable. Yeah, sorry, I was reading about the ghost here. Ukrainian president has said in the photo, the MiG-29 pilot, same as the ghost of Kiev, causes terror in the enemies and pride in the Ukrainians. He has 6 victories over Russian pilots, with such powerful defenders. Ukraine will definitely win. Well, we sure hope so, or we sure hope the Ukrainians can at least defend their territory. Thank you, Lamp, for the Maidan Square cam. We'll check it out here quick. Street lighting corresponds with main square cam, so that would confirm the other angle is legit. Roger that. Let's get that up on screen here. Sorry guys, got to turn down that audio there. So this is a feed we have coming from a German news agency, which I will just put up on screen here. This is a alternative angle for the square cam. In fact, what I can do, if somebody maybe wants to track me down, we might be able to find the raw feed of that cam, possibly. If somebody can find that for me, we'll get that up on screen. Here's another possible cam that we can use for that. See, get that off there. Go back to our flight radar. Take a look at this here. Okay, so here's that quad cam we were using earlier. Yeah, that's not going to work. We need a, we really need just a good, okay, here we go. This one might, be usable. Let's get this up on screen. Okay, no, this is recorded. That's not live, so that's not going to work, guys. We need live cams only. Yeah, the one from those Asian news agencies, I don't think those are going to work either, because those usually divert onto other things pretty often. Somebody said 6 a.m. bell just rang on that stream. Okay, we'll I guess we'll take a look at it anyway, just to see if maybe it does have a nice view. Okay, so this is Maidan Square. If somebody could find me a raw feed, if somebody could find me a raw feed of this one, we could put that up on screen for you guys. I know there is a raw feed of that cam that exists somewhere. Yeah, somebody's Tom Luno said this one is live. Bell just rang, so that's another person that has confirmed that. Tried unsuccessfully to find the raw feed, says Kurt. Yeah, if you guys can source raw feeds, that'd be better, of course, for the stream here. We do have now 2 streams of audio coming into you guys from Kiev. The western, sorry, Dulon says the western loop, the westernmost loop held by Forte 11 is in the area where Putin's yacht Graceful was supposedly headed, according to Vessel Finder. Yeah, that does look. Sorry, that does look like that might be consistent. So this is the GPS data we got the other day from the marine tracker of Graceful, Putin's yacht. You can see it here off the coast here, near Sehikiva. And it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. So if you guys look here on the Forte 11 map, these water, this formation here, these kind of bays here, are these bays here. So this is the same area. If you look here, it's kind of like it looks like a claw or something, you know, going into the land. Same thing there. So yeah, that could be a coincidence. It could be related. Thank you for that information, Dulon. He says the transponder location of Putin's yacht has disappeared from Vessel Finder as of the early hours of this morning. Possibly just a coincidence, but many countries use civilian-style yachts for intelligence gathering operations. Roger that, Dulon. Thank you for that useful information. So yeah, we have this feed coming in here of the Kiev Square. Our top feeds look a little bit brighter. This feed here definitely looks a little bit brighter. If somebody maybe wants to confirm that that is still live. In fact, we have 2 of them up. Actually, it looks like, okay, so it looks like this is being used on the quad cam as well. This leads me to believe that it's just the fact that this camera here has the exposure ramped up. The timestamp seems current. 6:03. Current time 6:03. It could be that the exposure is just ramped up, guys, so keep that in mind. If somebody maybe has some updated intelligence on that, we can make that more clear. Still keeping an eye on this camera here. Not exactly too sure about the specifics on that. Thank you for that information, guys. Here is the Fox feed. I guess if we can throw that up somewhere too, if it has a good feed still. So yeah, that is the same feed that they're using. Down here. What we'll do is we will keep the audio from the other one, because the audio seems to be pretty nice from the other one. But we'll just pop this right over top here in case that feed goes down. So you can see it is getting light out, guys. The exposure on this one is really down. This is using IR. And this one here is just the exposure is probably ramped up. Maybe if we want to replace these 2 top cams, if somebody has any better feeds of that, we can get those on screen. Yeah, we need to find the CNN hot mic. If we can locate that, that would be that'd be pretty useful. To everybody that's tuning in right now, thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. Make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to share the stream so we can get some more eyes in on the situation here in Ukraine. And make sure to hit that subscribe button, guys. It's the best way to get notifications in the event if the stream goes down. It's also the best way to support the channel. Where's the tank with the Soviet flag? If somebody maybe wants to just PM me that, we can show that from last night. CNN hot mic was taken down and they moved to the bunker. I was watching at the time. Thank you, Tom Luno, for that update on the CNN hot mic team. Too bad we don't have them. So this is some unconfirmed reporting here, guys, but this is definitely a pretty interesting story. Apparently, the Japanese ambassador to Ukraine stayed in Kiev. His great-grandfather's samurai sword and traditional armor was delivered to him from Tokyo, Japan. In a Facebook post, he declared that the samurai must protect the country in which he is. Glory to Japan and Ukraine. Not sure as to the validity or if this can be confirmed or not, but that is an interesting story. If that is true, that'd be pretty inspiring. Kurt, thank you for sending me that. Yeah, we already have those feeds. I got those feeds on screen here. Thank you for that feed. Yep, we got that one. So yeah, somebody's saying here a nuclear disposal site got hit, radiation monitoring down. Yeah, we're still kind of keeping tabs on that situation. Kremlin says TOS can, the thermal barracks we were talking about earlier can fire 30 rounds over 15 seconds. Each missile has around a 300-meter explosion radius, or about 1,000 feet. One unit can level an entire block. Pretty interesting stats there on that TOS thermal barrack system. Definitely a pretty concerning development. Here's an image of the Russian Soviet vans we were seeing in that column the other day. As you can see here, the Z indicating that they are indeed Russian troop movements. You can also see what looks to be some Russian servicemen inside the van there. Thank you for that. Tennessee supports Ukraine. Much appreciated for that lighthearted piece of data. Sir George, thank you for the yacht video. I don't think we'll look at that now, but thank you for that. Here's some data on Hostomel Airport. Not sure exactly. This could be, I don't know exactly what this is supposed to mean. Maybe if that's, maybe areas where conflict is going on in and around the airport. Young News, so thank you for that. NASA pictures of Russian-occupied Anatov International Airport. Okay, yep, we have that live copy of your bottom left cam. You can see daylight starting to poke through. Yes, that's the cam we have on screen right now for you. Yeah, somebody's saying the ghost of Kiev has been debunked. Yeah, I personally refuse to believe that. And I believe that it is better if we, continue to believe in the ghost of Kiev for the sake of the Ukrainians. Here's the Soviet tank. Thank you for sending that to me, guys. Some people had been interested in seeing that. So in the column of Russian hardware we were seeing the other night that ended up being reported by mainstream news, the one where the cameras got taken down, we saw this Soviet tank in... some people are saying, in fact, a bunch of people just told me people debunking it is based on nothing. Yeah, I prefer to believe in the ghost of Ukraine rather than not believe. And I believe that's one piece of propaganda that we should leave and let be. There are reports that I believe this is the leader of the Chechens. Yeah, not sure what that's about. The Chechen general. People were talking about that earlier. 6:46 a.m. is sunrise in Kiev. Thank you very much, KFC, for that almanac report. So we are seeing the rising of the sun shining here over Kiev as expected. Once again, guys, keep in mind that the exposures on these three cameras are different. These are all live and current in Kiev. This one's on IR. Not too sure about this camera here, top right, guys. If anybody maybe can get me some geolocation data on that camera, that would be useful, and we can get that out to you people. So here's another video of those thermobaric systems being spotted today in Ukraine. We saw a video of this earlier. Keep in mind this could be unconfirmed footage, guys, but we're taking a look at it. So here seems to be some kind of APC, and in a second here you should see those thermobaric systems here. There's our TOS 1 with the indicative Russian Zs that we have on all of the equipment now. So that looks pretty consistent with the other reports we have had of these systems moving in into Ukraine. Yeah, so I think we will probably see some developments out of that in the coming hours and days. So we'll have to keep an eye on that situation. Somebody said, here's the CNN live feed. Yeah, if we feel the need to put that up, we'll put that up later. Yeah, I believe Mercury, we already have this cam up on screen, or at least the audio. Or actually, well, let me take a look. Yeah, so that's not going to work at all. That's that German feed. Too much chatter going on in that German feed. Plus, they keep moving the cam. They keep going to cut into other shots. Integra. People ask if you can make the cooldown go back from 1 minute to 5 minutes. No, if we do that, the chat will just get totally out of control. We're trying to keep things civil and under control in the Discord chat. So that's why we have that slow mode initiated the way it is. I would only expect that that's probably going to stay that way as we get more of an influx of new users in. So just keep that in mind. But it might change in the future. So yeah, I've seen the live stream you guys sent me of the guy who got caught by Ukrainian troops violating the curfew. I don't know if we're going to show that or not. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to show that, guys, just because it's long, and maybe if somebody could get me a clip of some of the important stuff that came out of that, we could then take a look at that. Yeah, again, we have that feed. All right, so it looks like we do have all consistent feeds here up for Kiev. Salty Dude says, you think one of these live cams is going to capture actual gunfighting at some point? We have captured fighting occurring on these cams, so just keep that in mind. There has been, we have seen quite a bit of exchanges of fire across these cams. Mostly, though, it's been stuff off in the distance. We haven't seen any direct, confrontations between foot soldiers on these cameras yet. However, we've seen plenty of footage, and we've definitely seen our fair share of explosions and bombardment occur on these cameras here. But so yeah, ongoing DDoS attacks occurring right now. There's definitely a heightened level of cyber warfare traffic occurring right now. Can I have that vessel finder, somebody says? Yes, if you look into the description below the YouTube live stream, I believe I have the vessel finder there. If you guys want to take a look at that. Some Ukrainian supporters on the Discord asked me to play the anthem. Yeah, if I take a break at some point, we'll play the national anthem. Some people, whenever I play the Ukrainian national anthem, we get like half the chat thinking it's some kind of Russian war music, but it's not. It's the Ukrainian national anthem. Don't get me wrong, we have played our fair share of Soviet and Russian tracks on the stream. That is in no way in direct support of Russia. We were just adding some public domain background music from Russia's history, from Ukrainian history. We kind of had a mix of that going the other day. But yeah, when we play the Ukrainian national anthem, I try to make it known in the chat that that's exactly what we're playing, so people don't get confused about that. Because a lot of people have never really heard of the Ukrainian national anthem. I believe we have the Oblinsky cam up, Maxi. Let me check real quick, and if not, I can get that up for us. But I think I have that cam up. Maybe not. Okay, hold on. I'll get that Oblinsky district cam up. That might have some useful stuff. So there's our chimes, guys, right on time on the 15-minute mark. So that proves that our audio is consistent out of Kiev across all channels that we have coming in for you now, because I just heard that chime across like 4 different channels. Somebody said, did you ever talk about the T-14 armadas? I don't think we got into that. Maybe we'll cover those at some point. Hold on, I'm checking out this Blonsky district camera. We'll put this up on screen as well. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'll take this camera here, and we'll put this like this. Stretch that over to here, and we'll put that like right here. And then I'm going to take our Blinsky district camera, and I'll put that. Can somebody get me a verified could somebody geolocate this camera here? I really would like to get some details on the location, direction that camera here is pointing in, because I'm not too sure as to the validity of that camera, guys. So I want to get some confirmation and some concrete information on that camera for you guys there. Okay, so we have this. This is the German feed in the background. I think what I'll do is I'm going to shrink down some of these cams, and we'll put them in different parts of the screen. Just in case we see anything on some of them. So that's our Oblonsky district camera. This camera here, I'm gonna put that back on over here. We'll still have the audio from it though. Let's keep the audio going. Yeah, so we still have the audio going from that camera. I just want to keep that out of the way. So we have this better made in square camera here. I'm gonna keep that up and operational. Then we have our Blinsky cam right there in the center now, so that should work. Somebody said, I believe that cam was facing east yesterday. Okay, thank you for that information. We'll try to get some more geolocation data on that so that we can confirm that that's where that camera is in fact pointed towards. Yeah, so as for Flight Tracker, yeah, I will switch over to something maybe of more usefulness. For cameras, we'll post cameras and stuff too at some point, maybe in that area of the screen. If something starts to go on in Kiev, Maxi, yeah, we do have that one in the background as well, running, I believe, but I will verify that here in a second. That's the Damansky district one. Is that how you spell that? Or Darnitsky district cam. I believe we might have had that one up. Yeah, okay, so I have that one up now in another tab. And if you see anything on that Darnitsky cam, I'll put that on screen. It looks like the camera on our up in our right has been tilted. We'll see if maybe that comes back. If not, I'll replace it with one of the other cams you guys just popped my way. Thank you, Alicia, for that camera. I believe we also have that one up now, but I'll double check that. Yeah, I'm seeing more reporting about the Chechen general. Leader of the Chechen Republic says he and his forces want out of Putin's war. That's an interesting development. If that is indeed true. Take a look at that other camera here, see if that one is indeed better than the one we got going on. Okay, so this one actually does look better than our Fox feed cam, so yeah, we'll put that up. Thank you for that, Alicia, for sending that over to us. If somebody wants to get some verification of the timestamp on this, I believe we had this one up on screen earlier, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, again, thank you for that. Here's that camera. I'll just kind of get that situated here. There we go. That looks better. Alrighty, yeah, so the exposure is a little bit better on that angle there, so that's good. Somebody said, can we get this man a nicely made overlay for his stream? Yeah, I have some for my previous streams that I've done in the past. I've been looking to retrofit those to kind of get a more desirable layout here, guys, and I will definitely be doing that over the coming hours and days here. Just haven't got quite to that yet. Some people saying it's quiet. Yes, it's very quiet now in Kiev. I'm trying to keep the audio in sync here across all these channels, you guys, so bear with me if some of the audio gets a little bit wacky. Just making sure that all these cameras are consistent and live. Somebody's saying more than 2,700 protesters were arrested across Russia today. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of people that are standing up to this. All right, let me get this. Hold on, guys. Let me get the live UA map situated here. I want to just take a look in and around Kiev. See what's going on. Google says it has been banned, or has banned state-funded Russian media from running ads on its services. That's not surprising. 18 minutes ago, Rivne and Odessa airstrike sirens are going off now, so maybe we might take a look in on what's going there. In Odessa, we have heard a lot of information coming out of Odessa, so we might have to look into that. I'm just kind of scrolling through some of these reports here on live UA map from the past 10 hours or so. I guess we'll scroll to the top here and look at some of the latest coming out of the area. Yeah, fires at Hostomel. Yeah, we've been talking about that. Spotted by NASA's satellite. So what we were looking at earlier on that image was images of fires near the airport. We can hear the crows in the background. Fallen Ray says, "Lol, if Russian tanks are running out of gas quick, imagine what the new tanks need with the turbo engines or whatever they have these days." Yeah, I mean, actually, it might surprise you to find out that it could be that some of those newer tanks might be more fuel efficient. However, again, I'm not an expert on Russian military hardware or any military hardware for that matter. Okay, so I'm going to put that Oblinsky cam up because, or sorry, the Darnitsky cam because this cam here is just not doing it for us. So we're going to get that other cam up here. Wow, the crows are really active this morning in Kiev. Kind of an ominous sound coming out of the Maiden Square cams with all those ravens cawing away. So we currently have 1, 2, and then I have a third angle of the Maiden Square cam. Looks like everything is consistent here across timestamps. Yep, everything is looking good there. So we'll keep an eye. Let's check the Oblinsky cam. Also current. So we currently have all current Kiev cams on screen. I think somebody asked what happened to the camera I had on Sophia Square day 1. I believe it was on BalticLiveCams.com. I don't think that cam is up anymore, but if somebody could check, we might still have that Sophia Square cam. Somebody said it took the USA over 45 days to capture Iraq. They lost thousands of soldiers. By the way, crows taught humans how to bury the dead by their action of doing it. Interesting. Yeah, so for anybody that doesn't know, the audio is coming out of Kiev. We have multiple channels of audio coming out of the square right now, or in and around the square. Yeah, we know that's Sophia Square, bottom left, but we had a different angle of that. It was like closer to the ground, actually like showing like one of the smaller statues. I think it's like a fountain or a statue or something. I don't believe we have that stream still. That was a good stream though. Continuing here to go through the stuff in the background, guys. I'll keep an eye on this stuff. Tom Luno, thank you for that. If I don't put some of this stuff you guys are sending me up on screen, don't worry, I will at some point. We're putting stuff up here in other tabs, and I'll definitely get to everybody at some point. So we got somebody in the Discord, Syncor. He's currently monitoring some other CCTV cameras, and he caught these Russian movements on a CCTV camera earlier. On the Mosier traffic cam, he said he caught these movements. Thank you for that, Syncor. Keep up the good work. Yep, so there's official reports coming out now of the oil strike, and there was a pipeline in Kharkiv that was hit as well, in the oil terminal in Vasilkiv. I can't really pronounce that, but that's definitely interesting developments. They are really starting to ramp up the targeting of that energy infrastructure, which we have been talking about. So here's an interesting article from Ukraine War Report. We'll take a look at this. World's eyes are on Putin. Meanwhile, Putin sends equipment to Brest, Belarus, 10 kilometers away from the border with Poland. Yeah, I mean, this is the same thing you're seeing with NATO forces, though, guys. They're trying to ramp up. I mean, the NATO forces are doing the same things. They're sending troops in and around those Baltic states as we speak, and we could only expect the Russians to do that too as tensions get heightened. It could be a sign of something more sinister, but only time will tell. Aqua, you sent me that camera. We believe, so we have geolocated that cam, at least if it's the same one that's in the thumbnail. That is near Lviv and not near Kiev, if I'm not mistaken. So another story here, however unconfirmed. There's those bells again, right on the half hour, so that's good. We know that the camera audio is still consistent coming out of Kiev. Okay, so another story here, however unconfirmed, talks about what they're calling the Ukrainian Reaper. Vladimir, basically, a sniper who has so far 20 kills. So that's another interesting, inspiring story coming out of the Ukrainian side of things. Very similar to what we heard about the Ghost of Kiev. Here's an interesting piece of information from foreignpolicy.com. Thank you, young Nosa, for sending this over. He says a constitutional referendum in Belarus this weekend is set to allow Russia to house nuclear weapons on the Belarusian soil, fueling concerns across Europe that Minsk is moving further into Moscow's shadow as war continues in neighboring Ukraine. So that could be related to the development of Putin shipping troops and hardware to that region. That could be possibly related to the ongoing escalation of tensions. Some other people ask me why the Russians have the Zs in the vehicle. We've been talking about this all week. Basically, it's unit identification markers. It helps Russian aircraft identify friendly Russian units on the ground. And there's a couple other reasons for it, but that's basically the gist of that. With that, guys, I'm going to take another 5-minute break here, and we'll be back in just a few minutes to continue covering some of the developments over the past few hours. Currently over, I believe this is Romania, actually. We currently have a United States Stratotanker. I believe we also have one currently over Poland, ready to refuel if need be. Hold on, that's that one, number 2. Let's check out this one. I believe this one is in Poland. Yep, or no, actually it's now over, well, it seems to be Hungary, en route, probably down to Romania somewhere. So we'll keep an eye on the aircraft situation, because that is indicative of if the Russians are making movements, you'll see in tandem U.S. aircraft make some of those same movements. Or I mean, at least they'll increase a readiness level, and you'll see that by having increased numbers of these surveillance aircraft and fuel tankers in the air, in and around Ukrainian airspace, as we've seen over the past weeks or so. The other night when Kiev was first starting to be hit, we saw 3 RC-135s, or sorry, 175s, I believe they were, whichever ones are the primary reconnaissance aircraft that the U.S. Air Force has been using. We saw one by the Royal Air Force and one by the U.S. Air Force in the air. We had 2 drones in the air that night. So you could tell when it's going to be a busy night with the Russians, it's usually a busy night with the air presence as well in the region. But with that said, guys, I'll be back here in about 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here shortly to continue the news. To everybody over on the Discord that has posted pictures of your guys' battle stations with the stream up on it, that's awesome, you guys. That's really cool. It's really cool seeing everybody's setups from all around the world, and seeing everybody tune into the stream, and seeing those pictures of your guys' battle stations is really cool. So awesome. Thank you guys for that. That's really cool. So some of you saying that you might have heard some sniper fire. I did also hear some, what sounded to be some kind of small arms fire off in the distance. Could have been possibly some sniper shots. Yeah, very eerily quiet sounds we're getting from. Oh, hey, there's some action on the Kiev cam top left. Looks like an ambulance en route to respond to something. Have to keep an eye on that. So, some report out of Reddit, an update to those Ukrainians who told the Russian warship to go fuck yourself. Apparently, they may still be alive. So that's an interesting development, however unconfirmed. Again, to everybody that just decided just now to flood the battle stations thread with all of your guys' battle stations with the stream on them, that's awesome, guys. I love seeing those. That's pretty crazy. Seeing everybody tuning in like that. That's great. In fact, you guys got a lot of crazy setups here. I really like it. The one guy with the backlit pegboard. Nice to see other people backlight their pegboard. It's pretty cool. Yeah, nice guys. So we're going to start going through the next few rounds of updates here. We got a bunch of information coming out over the past hour or two here, so we'll kind of go through some of the most recent updates. If you guys have anything you want to send over, feel free to do that now. Try to keep it to developments over the past few hours. Some people asked me to check those Marco Rubio tweets. I don't see the validity in checking Marco Rubio tweets, but I guess, guys, yeah, we'll take a look at that at some point. Wow. Some people here really they got some serious setups going on here. One of these guys has my stream up on what seems to be like an 80-inch television. It's pretty crazy. Thank you guys so much for that. Nice to see all of you are tuning in tonight and this morning if you're in Europe. Again, I believe we have, yeah, we do have that feed, Tom, up on screen here. It's right over in the left side here. I just have it kind of shrunk down a bit. But yeah, that is another live feed of the square, so we do have that backup feed. Oh yeah, thank you for that, Tom. Yeah, so that is right. This top cam here is Luhansk. I had another cam up, and I don't know what happened to that. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put this one down here, and we're gonna put the Oblonsky district in Kiev back up here on screen. Yeah, and we'll get rid of this multicam. We don't need that anymore. Get that out of there. All right, we'll put this camera here. And then now we should have, yeah, so you guys could see that camera here coming from the German feed, the other angle of the square. So if we need to switch to that, we can do that. Somebody said I had you on my 80-inch television. I wonder what the stream looks like on that. I have the stream monitor up on a 43-inch, but on an 88-inch, that's a whole nother level, whole nother ball game. Mark Rubio is on the Intelligence Committee, you know, for the biggest, most funded military in the world. That's kind of why we're... Well, yeah, but I don't really like to depend on tweets. Instead, we like to depend on, you know, official press releases, at least. But yeah, I mean, we're willing to take a look at it. Send it over. Send me over the tweets, guys. Get them to me now. You know, I continue to see people, you know, saying, check out Mark Rubio, but they don't send me like a source link or anything. Give me a source link. Let's see what they have to say. Yeah, I'm willing to take a look at it for sure. Check out Elon Musk's Twitter. He's setting up internet satellites. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier tonight. We were looking at the tweets. Elon Musk is setting up Starlink over Ukraine, and they are diverting the equipment to the country. I don't know how they're going to get the actual kits into the country, maybe over the Polish border, but those will definitely help a lot. All right, let's take a look at this. Zabby, thank you for sending this over. Verified ground reporters, he says. Yeah, we have seen a lot of videos coming from games like Arma 3. In fact, I've had to... when you guys send me videos now, I've been like putting them up in another window, and I try to vet as many of them as I can. And you wouldn't believe the amount of Arma 3 videos people are trying to pass off on stream here. I've played my fair share of Arma to to tell the difference. It's amazing how far video game graphics have come, though, where we can try to pass off video game graphics as real war footage. It's definitely interesting. Here is another map. So this is current troop position. I believe this is from the British Defense Intelligence, if I'm not mistaken. If somebody would, this looks like the British Ministry of Defense right here, if I'm not mistaken. If somebody wants to confirm that for me or not, that would be convenient. Yeah, guys, keep in mind, there is a lot of disinformation in the live chats. We're trying to do it as much as we can to mitigate that situation. But keep in mind, guys, there's a lot of effort to discredit what's happening on these CCTV cameras. There's a lot of effort to discredit what you're seeing in the news by both sides, honestly. But, I mean, especially we're seeing a lot of it coming from the Russian side of things. So just keep that in mind, guys, and everything we show you is unconfirmed. If something is 100% concrete, we'll let it be known. But until that point, just take everything with a grain of salt, okay? Everything that you see, we're in the middle of a war. This is the fog of war we are experiencing, okay? We are unable to see, what's truly going on. The waters have been muddied over the past 72 hours of this conflict unfolding. Of really heating up. It's been unfolding much longer than that, but it's definitely heated up over the past 72 hours. Yeah, so that bottom left camera does have a pretty intense exposure right now. For those of you that keep saying, oh, I can change that in OBS, I can't, because that's not how we're bringing these feeds into you. If they were being brought in through like a display capture, we could do that, but I can't do that without changing the gamma and settings for the entire collection of cameras, unfortunately. But I will be redoing my setup, and we'll be getting that stream layout figured out here in the next couple days, and we'll have that all mitigated. So here, let's take a look at this map really quick, because I think this information could be quite useful. We looked at some of these maps earlier, but they're coming down kind of from the north, westerly direction, straight from the north, and then also out of the east to surround Kiev. You also have advancing forces through the Donbass, from the eastern portions of Russia here, and out of the south. Plus, after bombardment in Odessa, there's a possibility that the Russian naval fleet will launch an amphibious assault there, and from the Sea of Azov here on Mariupol. And so I believe that's why Forte 11 has been doing those holding patterns, surveillance holding patterns that we were seeing earlier, here and here. It's probably to inspect Russian naval movements, but some other people had speculated that it could be that here, over towards the west, they were taking an eye on Russia's super yacht, which has been spotted in the Black Sea. It could also have to do with some tanker ships that are in the area there, but we're going to keep an eye on that situation as it develops. Somebody says replace bottom left with Foxcam. I believe this is the Foxcam, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me find out. I want to make sure that I got everything here. Oh, actually, that's not the Foxcam. You're right. Sorry about that. I'll swap them out because yeah, that one's not as exposed. So yeah, we'll definitely get the one that's looking better in there. Thank you for that tip, whoever that was that sent that. I didn't see your name, but thank you for that shout out to you. Get this over just like that. That'll work. Actually, like right there. That'll work. Okay. All right, good. Now we can see that much clearer. So, yeah, guys, that map, some interesting data on that. Let's go back over to here. Russian planes flying towards Belarus from J-Hout 5 minutes ago. We've been seeing them move troops and forces over the past 24 to 48 hours. That's not surprising to see a continuing of that pattern of movement from Russia. Yeah, so some other graphic images coming out of Ukraine. You know, as you know, things start to heat up, we do have to kind of be discretionary in some of the more graphic things that we show to you guys, of course, right? With that said, I'm trying to bring you guys as much of what's going on as possible. However, I do ask, if things are extremely graphic, just don't even bother sending them over because I'll probably not get up on screen. There has been some, fine lines in that regard that we've been crossing, but we're trying to keep things as civil and as PG as war can be. So keep that in mind. But we do try to bring you guys everything so you get the full scope of the story. Definitely more so than you're going to get from any mainstream media outlet. Feed is live and current with air raid sirens. Yeah, but that oil fire, I'm pretty sure this channel has been broadcasting loops. So I think this probably isn't a dependable camera from this channel. Yeah, this is also looped footage. I don't believe that's real footage, Kurt. That channel has definitely been broadcasting some suspicious feeds that have been reported to be old footage. As they were earlier with the oil depot fire, they were broadcasting looped footage of the oil depot fire. So I would take anything from that channel with a grain of salt. A Russian T-72B fell down from the bridge somewhere in Ukraine. There's a video with some Russian hard base there. Sorry for your eardrums. I guess I could show you guys that real quick. I've seen a lot of these clips here over the past 24 to 48 hours. And I've told you guys, this, could have to do with, as I said earlier, lack of training, the personnel and their outdated equipment that they're using in this initial push into Ukraine. We've talked about the, what that's all about. I'm not going to get into that again, but one thing I want to, make sure is, everybody knows is that stuff like this happens in war, especially in invasions. Invasions are extremely chaotic events, and you can expect a great deal of tanks to get stuck in the mud or stranded on highways with no gas. That's just a part of war. Units getting stranded in places and vehicles breaking down and stuff. But I think it also might have to do with their outdated hardware that is, all the Soviet hardware we've been seeing moving in, and like this older stuff that they've brought out to kind of, move in and soak up the initial Ukrainian defense. But it also has to do, I think, with lack of training. But again, it's just, it's a part of war. Tanks are going to get stuck in ditches, and the first wave was a disaster, said somebody. Yeah, we've been talking about why that is and what that's all about, and we believe it's a kind of, just an effort by Russia to kind of soak up that, those initial anti-tank and anti-aircraft defenses, and they're going to send in a more capable wave in the coming days or hours. I could be wrong. I hope that, for sure the Ukrainians have, been putting up a hell of a fight, and I hope that that's what we're seeing here. It's just that the Ukrainians have really been just, kicking their asses, and, they're definitely outnumbered. They're outmanned, outnumbered, and outgunned, all right? And everybody likes an underdog, okay? So I think we can all agree that, the Ukrainians have definitely been putting up a fight. The Russians, though, they have also been putting up a hell of a fight. They're right up on Kiev now. So it's only a matter of time before we really see if they're gonna be able to move in on the city, or if that's gonna falter. If the Ukrainians' defense is gonna hold through. We hope that is the case, at least for the Ukrainian people that are still in the city. I'm not sure if you can locate the could be proof that he's in the war zone. Some people tell me that it's possible that Zelensky is still in and around Kiev, and that he is currently mobile in and around the active war zone. So that's some interesting information. Somebody's saying they want to break the Kiev Sea Dam. I'm not exactly sure what that's about, but if somebody could give me some more information on that, hold on. I'll take a look at the video. I'll take a look at the video and then I'll tell you what I think about it, and we'll put it up on the screen. Just want to see what exactly it is. So it's just it just seems to be a, oh, it's a live chat that came through. So and the guy is speaking Ukrainian. If somebody wants to give me some more information on that, Jonah, thank you for sending that video over. But if you want to give me some more concrete information on that, something that I can put up on screen without having to show that whole live segment from that Ukrainian, which we would need to translate anyway, that would be useful. But yeah, so maybe some information there that they're looking to maybe sabotage a dam near Kiev. We'll see what that comes to. So, somebody's saying here, so this is a tweet. I'm not sure if this is true or not, but something about the financial director from Gazprom, the largest publicly listed natural gas company in the world and the largest company in Russia by revenue, has been found dead by suicide in St. Petersburg. Not sure what that's all about, but that could be a... I'm not sure if that's related to what's going on, or if this can even be confirmed, but if we could get some more concrete information on that, that would also be an interesting development, because that could have some deeper consequences, I think. The Kiev Square camera is too small. If you could resize it better, yeah. So that Square cam is a German news feed, as you can see here. We're just trying to really focus in on here. If somebody could find me a camera of this, if someone could find me an exact angle of the Square from this position, we could put that up on screen bigger for you guys. We also have this feed of the Square, of course. We're really interested most in skyline shots, because that's where we can see evidence of aircraft, bombardment, and stuff like that. Some of these street cams are useful, though, for looking for troop movements, of course, so we'll have to keep an eye on those. So yeah, looking like Forte 11 is heading back on its return to home flight path there. Let me see here. What's our top flights? So our top flights are those tankers right now that are holding tight over the NATO airspace in Romania. We'll keep an eye on those on the flight radar, of course. So here's an interesting tweet here from the Kiev Independent, verified source on Twitter, but however unconfirmed reporting. You guys, let's just keep that in mind. Column of Russian Special Forces defeated near Hostomel, so that's that airport they were talking about, which is consistent with other reports we've heard of them being repelled from the airport. So yeah, some more stuff about the Chechens here. Yeah, so that must have been those Chechens that we were talking about earlier. It could have been a unit of them. According to Channel 24 sources, Ukrainian military blew up an echelon of 56 tanks that included General, that Chechen general, which we heard he was still alive, though. So that's interesting. I heard a report that he was possibly still alive, however unconfirmed, so we'll keep that in mind. Wow, again, I'm just, sorry guys, for a second I got distracted here. I'm scrolling through the hundreds of pictures you guys have just sent me of your battle stations with the streams up on your guys' televisions and monitors. People have them on huge, like, projectors. There's people that have them on 75 and 80, you know, up to 80-inch televisions. All sorts of people showing off their battle stations and, you know, showing your guys' support for the stream. That's awesome. Wow, I'm just I'm blown away by your guys' images here. I'm seeing. I believe this is somebody's. Is that a backup power rack? Yeah, it looks like and what seems to be networking as well. Very interesting. I see somebody with some wooden server rack equipment. Nice to see somebody's rocking some good old-fashioned wooden server rack equipment. Looks pretty cool. Wow, these images you guys are sending me, that's awesome. Thanks again for all of those. Hundreds of people just flooded our battle station channel with plenty of awesome images there. Thank you so much for that, guys. For those of you that are asking, you can find those images on our Discord server. You can find a link to the Discord server in the description below below the stream on YouTube. Yep. Somebody here that sent me a video. They're watching my stream, I think in a VR headset, while racing. That's pretty cool. Yeah, again, thank you for everybody that's tuning in tonight. I'm just going through, I'm getting another round of updates here ready for you guys. And then we will continue to bring you guys some of the updates here coming out of Kiev. So I'm expecting, as the sun rises here over Kiev, guys, I expect us within the next probably 30 minutes to an hour. That's just speculation to hear a round of air raid sirens. They have been consistently sounding air raid sirens, not just to impending threats, but to keep the people of Kiev on heightened alert for incoming airstrikes. And so they do periodically sound, but it's hard to tell if they're doing that. We've heard reports that they were doing that, you know, just consistently, like on the hour, a few days ago. But then we've heard other reports that they are doing that every time that they, you know, see indications that Russia could be sending incoming airstrikes in the direction of Kiev. So it's kind of hard to tell because we have seen the sirens sound, but then no activity. So we'll have to, test during a wartime. Somebody says they imagine, yeah. So yeah, it's not only I think to test the equipment, but I think it's also just to keep people in a heightened alert, because at any second they could be bombarded from what is 3 directions of in-placed Russian troops. They're currently on the west side of Kiev, the north side of Kiev, and the east side of Kiev. And I believe there even is some Russian presence even on the southern outskirts of Kiev at this time, most likely. So they're basically encircled, and they could be hit by thermobarics, grad, artillery, ballistic missile, and there's always the possibility of enemy aircraft as well that we got to keep an eye out for. Somebody said they could hear music on the stream, but there shouldn't be any music playing right now. That channel, we have everything muted as for our tunes. But if you guys can hear music, please let me know. Shouldn't be hearing any music coming through right now, unless it's coming from one of our camera streams. Possibly, you could also be hearing music coming from Kiev, from the audio. Somebody said they heard it too. Could be music. Yeah, there could be music coming from Kiev, car audio. Somebody said they should do what the Afghans did and get tons of Stingers from the USA. I'm pretty sure they have been supplied some Stinger missile systems, if I'm not mistaken, as well as the Javelins. Elfnet said, those racks are mine in the Discord. They are radio communications equipment and WAN internet access repeaters. Also a HF log and decoding PC. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. That's awesome. Pretty interesting. And also good rack design. I like that. Bellingcat says Putin ordered his generals to take Kiev before Monday. Yeah, we have also heard that as well. Unconfirmed reporting, though. I don't believe there's been anything like that reported by the mainstream outlets yet. But if there is, we'll put that up on screen for you guys. Somebody said Kiev looking like a ghost town. Yes, definitely is looking like a ghost town this morning. Very eerily quiet, especially with the sounds of the birds in the background. Definitely built an atmosphere, very concerning atmosphere in Kiev this morning. Somebody says before Monday makes sense as they've been cut off from Swift and need to move before the market opens Monday morning. Yeah, that could be. They're trying to hurry this up and get this done with so that we can move on. So that the Russians at least can move on. But I don't think that's going to be possible for them at all, especially with a ensuing insurgency in the coming days and weeks after. That's going to definitely put a wrench in some things for the Russians, I believe. Somebody said, yeah, they have Stingers. If they had Patriots, it'd be a whole different ballgame. Yeah, I believe we should have supplied them with some kind of missile defense systems and some kind of, probably like some more like aircraft and air defense systems. What was that? What's the one? CRAM systems. That probably would have been interesting if we had seen the emplacement of a couple CRAMs in and around Kiev. I don't know why why they couldn't have done that. I mean, come on, CRAMs can't be, too expensive. I mean, they're obviously extremely expensive, but I feel like that could have been something that could have been realistically done for the Ukrainians. Supply them with a few Raptors. Yep, a few A-10s, Iron Dome, maybe some C-Rams. Yep, they need a couple A-10s. Yep, that's right. The A-10s definitely would have helped. We've already spoke to that before. People keep saying talk about the bioweapons lab. I actually haven't heard anything. I've been hearing people talk about it in the live chat, but I haven't seen any reporting on this biolab situation. If somebody wants to send me some data on that, I can maybe show that on screen. Yeah, somebody, Fallen Ray says give Ghost to F-22 Raptor. Yep, that would probably help the situation a bit. So Stingers, somebody's saying Stingers are about $80,000 per missile. They currently have been given about 1,200 from different nations, including the USA. Somebody said C-Rams take a large, well-trained crew. I thought C-Rams were mostly automated. I mean, they probably still take a full team to set them up and even to operate them. But I'm pretty sure for the targeting and firing, isn't that all automated? Somebody said C-RAM are a private company that are really hard to set up. I work on them. That's interesting. I still think it would have been a hell of a defense system to have for in and around Kiev. Somebody says each C-RAM system costs somewhere in the region of $10 to $15 million. I wouldn't put it past it, but one second, just trying to get through. So he says C-RAM requires a Sentinel group. Don't exactly know what that means, but once again, I'm not an expert on military hardware. But somebody says give him Patriots. Yeah. The Patriot system probably would have maybe helped a little bit, maybe changed Putin's mind about a few things. Yeah, somebody says C-RAM is automated. Yeah, that's what I thought. But they do need an 11-man crew. Yeah, to set up and maintain. Somebody says, don't all embassies have C-RAM at them? I don't think that's true. So they require a radar and networking crew. Okay. Kevin says, be careful with the lab stuff, a weird conservative conspiracy about that. Well, we'll definitely take a look at it, but yeah, we probably won't dive into that. We won't go down the rabbit hole too far. Same thing. We're sticking above ground, even with things like the Chernobyl situation with the radiation, and a couple of the other developments that we've heard. We don't want to go down the rabbit hole too far. We're just looking at the surface, looking at what the evidence is out in plain view, and what the situation looks like on the ground. Yeah, currently I'm just kind of answering some questions here, guys, so don't mind me. I'm just kind of going through and answering some of your guys' concerns and questions right now, and then we'll do some more updates here in a short while. So I'm hearing some other sounds here. Not sure if those are shots ringing out in the Capitol, but we'll have to keep listening in there. So here's something out of Odessa from the Kiev Independent just reporting that Russian military launches drones in Odessa. The head of public counsel at Odessa Regional State Administration says the Ukrainian military is working to neutralize Russian forces at this time. So that's interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on the situation out of Odessa. That has been ongoing tonight. So here's a post from what we believe is a CNN journalist out of Kiev, verified on Twitter here. Just an interesting picture out of Kiev of that oil depot fire we were watching burning live earlier on the show. Says it's 7 a.m. in Ukraine right now. This brave nation is going into a 4th day of fighting against Russian invasion. The city of Kiev has not fallen. The nights ended with heavy Russian bombardment, which sadly resulted in civilian casualties. A 6-year-old boy is among them. So that report and that pretty crazy photo there we saw earlier of the oil fire, the oil depot fire that was happening there. You can see it lighting up the sky there. There was also a gas pipeline hit as well. We were talking about that earlier. I'm not sure if this is current or not, but here's an interesting photo. I think this is some Ukrainian children in a bunker wearing masks. I believe this was from either last night or the night before out of Kiev. So an interesting photo there. Kind of hard to imagine what some of those kids are having to go through right now in Ukraine, especially in places like Kiev, where they're under constant worry of being bombarded at this hour. Somebody said they sent me a GIF clip of the live recording of the explosion when the depot went off. We'll take a look at that here in a second. Some people tell me the biolab stuff may be disinformation. False claim of U.S. biolabs in Ukraine tied to Russian disinformation. Yeah, so that's some more tidbits about that. We'll keep tabs on that and that ongoing development. So here's some interesting information. Not sure as to how much validity this has. Some of the things that the Ukrainian defense forces are looking at for taking out certain Russian tanks. The reason we're seeing a lot of the Molotovs because you can use the petrol bombs on the engine deck. Will burn the engine, stopping the tank. Using rifle fire against the tracks will damage them. The tank will be unable to drive. You'd have to use some pretty. I would imagine you have to use some much heavier calibers to do damage to these tracks. I don't know if a 7.62 round would do enough damage to stop that track, but that's some interesting information. Here's some more of that here. If a heavy metal object, okay, so yeah, so talking about jamming heavy metal objects into the tracks themselves, using petrol bombs to disable the tank's engines. So that's some interesting stuff there. Just lost some audio there from one of our cams. Oh, nope, it's back now. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. Mike G tracking the Stratotanker flights. Let's go back over there and take a look at that real quick. He just sent me a image. So here's this one here. Yeah. So it kind of went down near. I mean, they could be coming into land at an airbase near here. Actually, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Some interesting movement out of these strato tankers. Mike G, thank you for keeping an eye on that stuff. So here's a Twitter page that somebody sent over, Kiev Watch. They've been just posting some updates out of Kiev. Earlier today, signs of an insurgency began showing as civilians were seen making Molotov cocktails in the thousands. A passing Russian convoy was even struck by one of these Molotov cocktails, demonstrating the Ukrainian will to fight against the Russian invaders. It's interesting. Yeah, more stuff about that tanker that we were hearing about earlier. Here's more about that Ukrainian sniper, the Ukrainian Reaper. This is interesting, you guys. This these stories we're getting out of Kiev of these heroes. We've had 3 so far. We had the Ukrainian Marine that blew up the bridge, killing himself in the process, which was confirmed reporting. And then there was the Kiev Ghost, which still hasn't been confirmed, but we still believe. And then now we have the Ukrainian Reaper. That's an interesting story. We've heard multiple reports of this this sniper now that has over 20 kills in the defense of Ukraine. That's pretty interesting. So yeah, we were looking at the particulate levels in and around some of the areas where that oil depot was burning last night, and we confirmed that the air quality was indeed significantly hazardous in those areas. So we've been monitoring that. Okay, so here's some other information about the Ghost of Ukraine. People saying he is real. A Ukrainian pilot, Vladimir Abdonov, has downed 6 Russian jets. 2 Su-35s, 2 Su-25s, 1 Su-27, and 1 MiG-29. The ace of the 21st century to the country of Ukraine and the rest of the world, the Ghost of Kiev. Interesting. Yeah, I would really like us to get some more concrete information on this guy to really know for sure if he is indeed real or not. But we choose to believe, we continue to believe in support of Ukrainian morale. I believe it's important for them to have images like these. There's reports that Russians are in Kharkiv. Yes, we have. I've been seeing stuff about that over the past couple hours. In fact, I'll show you some of that here from Tom. Thank you, Tom, again for sending this to me. Photo claiming Russian forces being present in Kharkiv this morning. So that's interesting. Again, ongoing situation there in Kharkiv, so we'll have to keep you updated on that. Somebody's saying this is an older image of the ghost of Kiev. Again, from the same source, Cheesy Bro sent me over that tweet just a few seconds ago. We were looking at of that Ukrainian pilot. Again, thank you to all my mods that are keeping an eye on things over there, guys. Keep up the good work, and we will continue to take steps to mitigate the situation over there on the Discord server. Thank you guys for trying to keep the chat civil and continuing to follow along with the rules there. again with the mods. Thank you guys for doing what you can to keep that under control. Much appreciated. Yes, some more stuff about the Russian soldiers in Kharkiv, headed towards a metro station in the area. You can see, I just saw one of the Z's on that there. Russian soldiers entered Kharkiv. 6 of their cars drove through Alexeivka, a micro-district in the north of the city. Here's that video here. You can see the Z's on the trucks. These are Russian forces, obviously. However, we're not sure if this footage is legit out of Kharkiv, but it does look current with some of the other reports we are getting out of the area. But we'll have to keep an eye on Kharkiv and see what's going on with that. Very interesting developments happening, though, towards the east of Ukraine over the past 12 hours or so. So the situation is definitely starting to heat up in that region of Ukraine. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Somebody's saying check flight RSD-88 on flight tracker. Apparently it's a Russian presidential aircraft. All right, we'll take a look at that. Is that on our... Oh, yeah, it is actually here. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Din, over on the Discord for sending this information over. So this is a Russian presidential aircraft currently over Belarus. So yeah, that is an interesting development. We'll have to keep an eye on this aircraft here. Here's another detailed map. Cheesy Bro sends over. We've seen a couple of these maps so far. You know, there is sporadic information on them, but some of it has been useful. So here in the north, Chernobyl, in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, Russian forces took control over the Chernobyl nuclear power plant on Thursday after a brief but fierce fighting with Ukrainian troops. Officials have revealed Mikhailo Podolyak, a presidential advisor, revealed to the Associated Press that Ukrainian officials do not know the current condition of the power plant or if it remains safe. So that is consistent with reports we've been hearing out of there, that there has been spikes of radiation, but that so far they haven't been able to confirm on the situation on the ground there. So we have Russian forces moving out of here, out of the northwest, down through the north here, and then over here across the Dnieper from the east as well. So here, guys, just earlier we were talking about Forte 11 and why it was doing loops over this exact area. This is where those Russian naval forces are positioned, right off of Crimea here, right off of Sevastopol. They're positioned right here, ready to launch an amphibious attack on Odessa. And there's also Russian forces here. So, I mean, I would like to get some updates on Mariupol, actually, if we could get updates on Mariupol and see what has happened in the city of Mariupol. Maybe if I don't know if the Russians have taken that city yet, but it is possible. It's maybe somebody can confirm that. So yeah, we heard about this, guys. We were looking at this earlier, or the other day, that hydroelectric plant that we were following. Soldiers raised the Russian flag over that hydroelectric plant. I'm pretty sure we also got confirmed reporting of that, so that they had taken ground in that area, in and around north of Crimea, I believe. Yeah, somebody says, yeah, I don't know if we, taking Mariupol, they're trying to surround it. Yeah, that's consistent. Kind of what I've also heard is that that Mariupol, that there are still Ukrainian defense in Mariupol, but they have been surrounding the city. Yeah, Kherson. This is where we were seeing that Russian that battalion of Russian tanks. that convoy of Russian hardware and troops. They were heading to Kherson. Explosions were reported in the region. Video verified by the New York Times showed smoke rising from the Kherson International Airport. Russian media reported 13 casualties, including 2 children and 9 servicemen. So we'll have to keep an eye on the movements in and around Kherson. Another explosion just now outside of Kiev. You guys just heard there on the audio coming out of Kiev. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Kharkiv, explosions recorded across the city as families crowd in subway stations, using them as impromptu bomb shelters. That's consistent with what we see in a lot of the cities in and around Ukraine. People taking shelter in metro stations and in bunkers wherever they can. So yeah, guys, just some other interesting information from those maps. Those have been pretty packed full of information. Sam379. Mike G says Sam379. All right, we'll take a look at Sam379. Oh, whoops. There we go. There's Sam379. U.S. Air Force. It's a Boeing C-40B. Okay, that's interesting. Where is she though? Okay, she's heading down towards the Mediterranean. So we'll have to keep an eye on the developments with Sam379 as well. So yeah, more reporting. You know, that we heard that the Chechen forces that were near Hostomel Airport had been repelled by the Ukrainian Defense Forces. So we've been getting more information on that over the past few hours. So Hans Groper with some information says that odd-looking flight pattern that the tanker was flying is called the refueling track, or a racetrack holding pattern. Yeah, we've talked about the racetrack holding patterns on the show before. It looks similar to a NASCAR racetrack. Yeah, we've also watched Boeing E-74Bs, or is it E-47B? Whichever one is the nuclear, they call it the Doomsday plane. We've actually watched those and tracked them doing racetrack holding patterns to test VLF radio equipment. So we talked about that before on the show. And we also saw a refueling tanker do a refueling pass with Homer 71, I believe it was, over the Black Sea. That was a couple nights ago. We watched that refueling pass occur in real time on the flight radar, so that was pretty interesting to see that unfold. So yeah, so some disturbing footage of some Chechen army executing Ukrainians in the middle of the street. We're not going to show that on stream, of course, but I thought I should report that to you guys. Unconfirmed on that reporting, but it is some pretty graphic footage. So yeah, definitely some very stark developments coming out over the past 12 or so hours. So, something from Tom Luno here. It's a tweet out of Ukraine from the General Staff Twitter page. It reads, the Ukrainian Armed Forces thanks you for support. 560,000 payments of UHA, 375 million from cards, 900,000 transactions from UHA. I believe that's the Ukrainian currency, if I'm not mistaken. 785 million from personal cards. Glory to Ukraine, let's win together. Yeah, so there's been an overwhelming amount of support and donations and aid going into Ukraine. We've been considering and looking into starting our own campaign to help support the Ukrainians. We were tossing around the ideas the other night of possibly contacting a Polish ammo manufacturer and seeing if we could purchase ammunition in Poland and have it drove over the border into Ukraine to help supply forces in Ukraine with extra ammunition. So maybe we will look into that idea as the days go on here. We could look at maybe getting some fundraising mobilized and see if we can help. Some people have tossed around the idea of us making the St. Javelin T-shirts. We're already looking into that as well. We could possibly get some fundraising mobilized for the Ukrainians. Move your clock to the left side. Actually, I will just get out of that. The DDoS live map. We'll go back to the flight radar. But for now, I'm going to keep that camera on the right side because we have the live feed out of the Maidan there, and I kind of want to keep that on screen. Where's that video at? We can get that video on screen for you, I believe. Try the DW live cam. Yeah, we tried that earlier, but they have the they have that. In fact, I believe. Wait, no, that's not it. If somebody wants to send me the DW cam, we have this other German one, but it's like their entire news feed. But they have a feed of the Maidan Square on that feed as well, so that's why we're keeping that there, just to have another backup angle if we need it. A lot of people saying Odessa right now. Yeah, Odessa is currently under attack for what we've been hearing over the past few hours. Yeah, so yeah, everybody keeps saying Odessa is being attacked. Yeah, we've been hearing stuff about that as well. We're going to get a situation update for you guys on Odessa. However, we continue to hear activity on the outskirts of Kiev here, so we've been kind of glued to the Kiev situation here over the past couple hours. Somebody says, can we send somebody in to fix the piss tree cam? Yeah, if we could, we would, but all of those cameras on that highway were taken down, unfortunately. Yeah, somebody says DW cam is down due to curfew until tomorrow, apparently. Yeah, that's what we heard as well. So I believe, when does the curfew end? If somebody could sound off in chat, tell me when the curfew ends there. That would be helpful to know. Hot mic is up in case they come back online. Yeah, we don't. I don't believe hot mic is up. I believe they have left. Another streamer has Odessa cam, but no link. Yeah, we have Odessa cams as well. We can get some up if need be. So Monday 8 a.m. Okay, so there's a curfew the entire weekend, so that means that nobody is even allowed to go out in the daytime, I take it? Oh, 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. Right, okay. Yeah, if somebody wants to get me an Odessa cam, if there's action going on those Odessa cams, we'll get them up on screen. But at the moment, we're keeping these Kiev cams up because Kiev is definitely under threat today. Yeah, we'll put Odessa up over the flight tracker if somebody wants to send me a camera with something going on, or maybe a good skyline cam. All right, we got them rolling in now. I'll get something up on. I'll get some on screen for you guys here. Give me 1 second. Stand by here, guys. Dulon with the update. RFF 6120 just departed from Syria. Another Russian state airplane. That's interesting. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Stand by, guys, while we get Odessa on screen for you. Again, if anybody has any better angles of Odessa, most of these are just like not usable. Somebody says anything from the radio. Yeah, we'll get updates on the radio for you guys. I'm just trying to get some live feeds out of Odessa here to show you guys. However, we're having a hard time getting some feeds out of Odessa at the moment. So stand by, trying our best here to get some camera feeds online for that area, along with some audio. Again, if anybody has any other singular Odessa streams, send them over, because it's looking like a lot of our primary Odessa feeds are down as of just a few moments ago. We have one. I don't think that's going to be usable, though, and I'm unable to geolocate that one at this time, so we're going to probably not... If anybody has, yeah, one of just like the skyline, we'll get that on screen. So here's some updates out of Kharkiv again. We just heard another explosion. We just heard another large explosion near Kiev. That sounded pretty big that time. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Ukrainian news channel 24: 5,000 Russian soldiers in staging area in Russia north of Kharkiv have revolted and refusing to attack Ukraine. Earlier report from front lines around Crimea is that 1/2 of Russian soldiers turned over equipment to Ukrainians, again refusing to fight. That's some interesting information, however unconfirmed, but that is pretty inspiring to hear of some of those developments. We're hearing some fire out of Kiev. Let's listen to that. Okay, so here's some stuff from Odessa. We'll welcome Russian aggressor to Ukrainians in all regions getting ready for hot. Welcome to Russians. I don't, yeah, so the translation's a little bit off there, guys, but this is footage of them basically prepping Molotov cocktails and, yeah, basically getting ready to fight the Russians, the Russian invaders. That's some interesting footage there out of Odessa. Okay, here's some footage. Sorry about that. Here's some footage from that gas station, which we were seeing. So here's some footage from along that highway where we saw that military convoy on the way to Kherson. That's the not gas station, but you know, that whatever that little shop was. The camera was mounted like right here on this corner, facing this way. These are the railroad tracks, which we were watching as well, but here's some footage from there.
Смотри, какая колонна идет.
Alright guys, so back here to the audio coming out of Kiev. We're going to keep an eye on that. Go ahead and remove flight radar here. We'll get another Kiev cam up on screen. Some people talking about the possibility that there was some missile launches off to the left of that camera. Not sure about that, but we will take a look. Oh my god, that other camera that we were looking at earlier that had the super high exposure, now that it's daytime, it just looks white. And whoever's running this stream doesn't even realize that they've been showing just a white overexposed square there. But the audio is what we need out of that stream. That audio is probably the clearest audio we have coming out of the Kiev stream at this moment. I want to go ahead and try to get another cam here up for Kiev. Oh, another shot rang out there in Kiev. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, if somebody wants to send me over another Kiev cam, if we can get any up right now, I'll put it over here on the screen. We have the, is the multicam still up? Yeah, the multicam is still up with Odessa, so I guess I'll put that, over there, I guess. Until somebody else sends me like a better cam to put over here. So Lviv, Kakova, and the Donetsky district, and Kiev, I believe. Yeah, actually, one second, I'm going to put a different one up, yeah. Give me 1 minute, everybody. So, Tony, thank you for this one. Good live feed and updated. Okay, I'll keep, I'm gonna put this up too, I guess. See if, first I'm gonna check it to make sure it's consistent. So here's a live feed out of the square now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this onto the window with the flight radar over here. Okay, so we have that up on screen. Pop this out. Okay, so we are actually hearing, audio off of both channels, so that's good. Yeah, if anybody wants to confirm that this shot is current here, I believe it is out of Maidan here. Yeah, somebody says no Kharkiv cam tanks in city now. The Kharkiv cam we were using is down at this time. The Russians have taken it down. Either that or somebody took it down. It could be the internet is down as well. Yeah, somebody's saying this footage isn't live. And has gone dark. Yeah, so if somebody wants to find me live footage of Kiev, don't be fooled. There is still people moving about the city at this time. It is 8:04, so that the curfew has ended. Yeah. Okay. So people are unanimously saying this looped video. Somebody get me another camera to put up here. Okay, so Tony now updates me. Tony, the one that sent me the camera, says it isn't. I was tracing both sounds, and it's not. Sorry. Okay, so we'll get another one. Don't worry, guys. We'll get another one up here. Somebody find me another camera to get up here. So this is another. Somebody says this is another cam from Kiev. We'll take a look at this one. If somebody could geolocate this camera, that would be useful. Yeah, from so people are saying curfew is it ends Monday morning, or it's extended. It's been extended till Monday morning. The curfew is only for, I believe, for nighttime, though. I'm pretty sure people can move about from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. In the city, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, if anybody wants to send me, more dependable cameras, yeah, go for it. We'll get those on screen here for you guys. Yeah, we don't care about exact locations of the camera. We just want to know which way they're facing and if they are in fact in Kiev. Giatti says 4-11 headed back to base. Awesome, thank you for that. Yeah, somebody's saying, can someone find an Odessa cam? Yeah, we don't actually currently have any Odessa cams up that I know of that are legit at this time. If somebody can find one for me, we will put it on there. Again, guys, trying to get another cam here. Yeah, that one won't work. So Hans Groper, he sends over some very useful information. Thank you for this. He says, I previously worked on the RC-135 aircrafts. Here is some light info on the 3 variants I've tracked over the past few days. RC-135 or RC-135W, a V or W is the rivet joint, able to detect, identify, and locate vehicles, boats, and aircraft based on unique signatures. I believe that uses a radar, a ground scanning radar, if I'm not mistaken there, Hans. RC-135U is the combat sentinel, able to identify enemy radar capabilities, e.g. aircraft, anti-air. Fun fact, it flies within range and purposely gets targeted to gather information. That's a very interesting tidbit there. Thank you for that. This is about as vague as I can be without giving up TS level details. Thank you very much for that, Hans. I also tracked a WC-135 up in the Baltic Sea. Okay, so guys, we do have some air raid sirens sounding here in Kiev. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll take a listen in here, guys. That camera on the right, I'm still trying to replace with something, so stand by, as well as the camera we have with this news feed up here. So, in fact, I'm just going to move this cam back over so we can get a broader shot of Kiev there. We'll go ahead and we'll shrink down St. Javelin a little bit, too. Right there, that's a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, so this audio you guys are coming in is current out of Kiev, along with these shots of Kiev. The only one we're trying to replace is the bottom right. stand by while I get that audio back up for you guys. We just lost audio out of those Kiev feeds, so we're gonna try to get that back for you guys here. Yeah, we're the camera you guys are seeing in the lower right. I'm trying to let's just get that out of here, or we're getting that replaced with a better camera here. So just stand by for that. Go back over here. Somebody said that one of our tankers is doing some interesting, having some interesting activity. I'm not sure if it was this one or what tanker that was they were speaking of. Flight Sam 379 is reported to be an American diplomat. Okay, oh yeah, we were looking at Sam 379 a short while ago. We'll take a look at that. Stand by, guys. Or Logger 130. Okay, so that's the other one. Hold on. Let me get a fix on that 1 second. So somebody said 130 was doing some interesting activity. Well, this looks just like its typical holding pattern here. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, no sound. Stand by, guys, for the audio. We have lost audio out of the Kiev camp. We're trying to get that back for you guys. Just give me 1 moment here. Yeah, so it does look like our Asian friends stream may have gone down. However, hold on. Now it sounds like some audio is coming through there. We'll keep listening into it, but yeah, it did seem like it might have gone down there. So we're gonna have to get you guys another feed from the square here. We've had a lot of fake feeds rolling around today, guys. So we are trying to do our best to confirm using other audio channels. We line up the audio. We line up the audio coming from multiple streams. We can tell, okay, these are all live streams. When the audio starts to have inconsistencies, is where we start to question things. So just stand by while I get some audio up for you guys here out of Kiev. Okay, so I believe we have that audio back for you guys now. Yep. So our stream from our Asian news outlet has come back up. So we now have active audio back out of the area there. So stand by, guys. I'm going to be getting some other updates together here for you as we approach the half-hour mark, 8:30 a.m. in Kiev here on Sunday, the 27th of February. We're keeping an eye on some Strato tankers that the U.S. Air Force has above some of our NATO partner countries here. And we're continuing to listen in to the situation on the ground in Kiev. Keep our eyes on these cameras here. Stand by. Again, guys, stand by. I'm getting some updates together here for you, and we'll continue the discussion here in a few minutes. So that was some audio we just heard out of Kharkiv. Video there of some people running for a shelter with their dogs in tow. So yeah, it looks like the fighting is ongoing coming out of Kharkiv. Sorry guys for the lack of warning, yeah. Apologies on that one. So I don't know about you guys, that didn't sound like a car. That kind of sounded like a fighter jet, but I might be wrong. It sounded pretty loud to be a car. Yeah, top right is Oblinsky District, Kiev. Top left is that Oblinsky District, Kiev. Top right is also Kiev. I forgot the exact location of that, but somebody could tell me. It's like by a hotel, I think, or something, if I'm not mistaken. And the bottom left cam is Kiev near the square. We also have a couple angles too, which we can switch to if need to be. Or if need be. It was a car. I heard a car horn a few minutes later. That was pretty loud. Hotel by the river, says Shaggy. Thank you for that. Yeah, I know all 3 of these camps have been geolocated already, so... Kiev Independent Governor of Kharkiv reports heavy fighting is taking place inside the city. Yep, that's consistent with what we've been hearing over the past hour or so here. Yeah, still haven't been able to get any Kharkiv cams up that are with audio or showing anything that is occurring on them. If anybody has any of those sources, you guys could share those with us in the Discord. You can PM them to me and I'll get those up on screen. Somebody asking, are any reports of the TOS thermal barracks being fired? We haven't heard any reports of them being used yet, but we've watched multiple reports of them being driven into Ukraine and them moving inside Ukraine. Dulon has actually compiled a list on Earth, on Google Earth, of our current active cameras and their locations, the ones that are in and around Kiev, so you guys can get an idea of what directions they're pointing in. Keep in mind, we're not revealing any troop locations on these cameras, Ukrainian troops and forces. If we see any, forced movements or anything that needs to be, concealed, we try to do that as much as we can to the best of our ability. But yeah, there's a list available to those people. Dulon, if you could share that link in the open source intelligence tools, that would be useful. So another explosion there out of Kiev. We're going to keep listening to that. That sounded like a pretty big bang. Another one there. The audio sources you are hearing are coming from the Maidan Square, so basically smack in the center of Kiev. Yeah, those explosions we are hearing are currently coming from the outskirts of Kiev. They aren't from the city center, but they are definitely loud enough and close enough for us to hear them. So, and yeah, we are hearing sounds of what could be jets nearby. It could also be cars, though, but we're having a hard time confirming that. Yeah, as a lot of people are saying, I don't remember hearing cars like that on the Maidan cam exactly. So, I think we might be hearing some jets possibly strafing the area. Could be Ukrainian, could be Russian. I believe it was Russian. We would probably be hearing some further air raid sirens at this time. Yeah, you guys can find all of the audio sources and video sources we're using on screen. Go look at them yourselves. You can find them in the Ukrainian Cams channel on the Discord server. Yeah, so live UA map is reading Kharkiv is currently either under control of the Russians, or that they are currently in active contesting over that area. Let me get a fix on Kharkiv for you guys. I believe that's right over here. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here's Kharkiv. Okay, so we'll take a look in here. Okay, so let's definitely turn that down. So one of these camps is actually giving, yeah, I believe one of these camps is giving some other audio. So let's go ahead and let's kill that. Let's get all the other audio feeds killed. We're just going to listen to the one feed coming from our Asian cam, which we know for a fact is in the Maiden Square. So now, right now we just have that one feed coming in from where you guys are hearing those chimes from.
Две штуки пока вижу. Третий ползет, солдаты крадутся с автоматами на изготовку. Три, четвертый КАМАЗ. Ебать! С тяжелого стреляют в сторону домов. С гранатомета сейчас ебет. Пиздец, у нас стреляют. Ебать!
So we just heard some explosions there on the outskirts of Kiev. We're going to keep an eye on that. So I am getting reports here that there is a battle going on in the outskirts of Kiev at this time. And that's what those explosions you are hearing at this moment are. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Looked like for a second maybe we had dropped out with our stream, but it seems to be back up now. It should still be back online for you guys. But yeah, we're going to continue to listen in to this audio coming in out of Kiev. I'm going to try to get some. We're trying to get some updates together for you guys to go over this this battle that's occurring on the outskirts of the city right now. So people saying there's an air raid alert in Sumy. Yeah, we're also hearing reports of a force amassing on Sumy, so we'll have to look into Sumy as well as Kharkiv here in the coming minutes. Just stand by though, guys. I'm trying to get you some information about those explosions we're hearing on the outskirts of Kiev. Yeah, somebody says, I love how the guy with the car alarm keeps turning it off after every explosion. Yeah, I've been hearing that for a couple hours now. Every time there's a boom, it sets off the car alarm, and then he ends up having to go and turn it off. But that's interesting. Yep, F-35 over Poland. Yeah, we're also tracking that as well. What's the call sign on that? Oh, hey, the CL-60 is up. So this is that experimental aircraft, you guys. I'm pretty sure this CL-60 here, if I'm not mistaken, that's that experimental reconnaissance aircraft that they've been flying. If somebody could verify that for me, I'm pretty sure this is that experimental reconnaissance aircraft, actually, that they've been flying around, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody saying it's so hard to find live feeds. Yes, the live feeds have become, the waters have become very much muddied over the past 48 to 72 hours as for finding consistent live feed cameras. We've been doing our best though. The cameras we have on screen now are the three cameras we have out of Kiev that are most legit at this time. Yeah, I saw Inventor Lee was using my stream. Good to see that he's tuning in. So here, just on time, is our chimes as the hour approaches in Kiev here. We're going to continue to keep an eye on the audio coming out of Kiev here. Roger that, F-35 LTNG. Devin says, I can confirm Brio 68 is the experimental CL-60. Thank you for that. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on the CL-60. I'm not surprised that we're seeing more of that now. So he asked where the audio is coming from. The audio is coming out of Maidan Square in Kiev. Somebody was asking, who is the CL-60? The CL-60 is U.S. Air Force. It's actually an experimental reconnaissance aircraft, which they've been testing lately, and we've been monitoring it as of a couple days ago. One of the members in our Discord had spotted it on flight radar, and we've been monitoring its movements ever since. Somebody says, what's so cool about this CL-60? Well, it can do electronic surveillance from hundreds of miles away. Yeah, up to 1,000 miles of surveillance coverage from those CL-60s. So yeah, it definitely has a quite a significant amount of capability. Somebody asks, how do you track the F-35 when it's a stealth fighter? Well, this F-35 is currently flying amongst international airspace, amongst other commercial flights, and so it's required for them to have a transponder on, I believe. So that's why it's showing up here on flight radar.
Это генерал, блядь, знакомьтесь, блядь. Все, он отходит. Русские пидорасы, сдохните, блядь! Твари, блядь, сдохните! За каждую слезинку, блядь! Твари, блядь! Обещаю, блядь, после этой ебаной войны, блядь, заткнуться на русском языке, блядь, твари, нахуй.
Yeah, that was some footage from yesterday of the firefight that was going on north of Kiev, but still some pretty crazy footage there. You saw one of those guys holding what looked to be some kind of rocket-launched system there, trying to get into place to take up a firing position. It's pretty interesting footage, though, nonetheless. So we can see our F-35 along with our Strato tanker here doing a refueling approach. We can see that here. What could be refueling. Either that or it's just escorting the tanker. Maybe if somebody with some aircraft knowledge can give me a little bit of some details on that. Somebody says the map has a post from 6 minutes ago. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Go ahead and refresh the map. Column of Russian APCs break through to Irpin, heavy clashes. So I believe that's nearer to Kiev, if I'm not mistaken. And, here's some video of those Russian APCs here. Some footage there again, guys, of that fighting there. Where's that? We're on the live UI map. Whoops, I should close that. Let's get that back open. Here. 6 minutes ago, heavy clashes in Cherniv region. Ukrainian artillery targeted Russian forces assembly near Sedniv village. Post there would probably need some translation, but I think we got the gist of that. But yeah, definitely some ongoing conflict at this hour. No question about that. Kiev direction, the column of occupiers passed NP Bucha. In the last, locals threw Molotov cocktails. Interestingly, check out that footage really quick before I show it to you guys. So Fallen Ray says, another streamer says your audio is fake and is going on a rant saying you are stealing his mojo. That sounds interesting. I won't mention who, but yeah, that's interesting. We try to keep you know, other streamers and stuff and talk of other streamers out of the chat. We're trying to focus on what's going on in Ukraine here and covering some of the intel and not talking about what other streamers are doing. But here, I'm going to show you guys this video here coming from, I think it's somewhere near Kiev. What looks to be a Russian vehicle on fire targeted by Ukrainian civilians wielding Molotov cocktails. So I'll go ahead and get that on screen for you guys now for you to see. Kiev direction, the column of occupiers passed NP Bucha and the last locals through Molotov cocktails. That's what you can see. You can see a Russian vehicle back there. Not sure on this footage if this is from today or not, but it does look consistent. Some footage there. Lorax is watching another camera, and they're taking another camera down. That's interesting. That's the one that we were watching yesterday, I believe, with the suspicious movements we were seeing from what looked to be some kind of Russian occupiers wearing civilian clothing. We're not sure exactly what we were watching there, but we'll get more information on that for you guys. Just trying to go through some of the reports I'm getting in now, guys. So yeah, there's a lot going on in Kharkiv. Occupiers in Kharkiv encountered fierce resistance. Here's a video of a destroyed military column here. So you can see a lot of the vehicles have been hit. That was the column I'm pretty sure we saw earlier this evening, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this map is live UA map. You guys can find this in the description below, and we will. You guys can take a look at that yourself. All of the other open source intelligence tools we're using can be found in the open source intelligence tools section on the Discord. There's a link to that in the description below. I'm going to take a quick break here, guys, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And I got some things to go over with you coming out of both Kharkiv and Kiev. So stand by. Some gunshots there. Yeah, just a reminder to everybody, those bells, they chime at every 15 minutes or so. Consistently. We have been seeing that for the past couple days. Really quick, I'm just kind of going through some of the stuff you guys are sending me. Trying to kind of piece together what's going on right now across Ukraine, and trying to get my next kind of report together here to bring to you guys. Give me a few minutes here, guys. Sorry. So yeah, a lot of people think we should switch focus to Kharkiv. If we get some Kharkiv cameras up, if you guys have any Kharkiv cameras you'd like me to throw on screen with audio, preferably, we'll bring those up on screen and we'll take a look into what's going on in Kharkiv. A lot of people saying Kharkiv has fallen. I believe the city is still being contested at this hour. We haven't heard any concrete evidence that the city has fallen yet, but we're going to start bringing you guys kind of the updates coming out of Kharkiv here in the next few minutes. Gerald Sam actually went and put together a layout for the stream, so I'm going to be putting that together here in a few minutes. Thank you very much, Gerald, for that. Yeah, I think we'll use this one. However, I'll save both of them. Young Mush says, "Hey man, I'm Kurdish. Love the stream and Discord. It's really cool you're tuning in, man. Thank you for tuning in to the stream. Nice to see that there's some Kurdish people tuning into the stream tonight." Somebody said Russians are getting closer to the capital. Bucha got taken as we speak. Yeah, we were watching the fighting near Bucha a little while ago. I believe that fighting has been ongoing for some time now. Bucha has yet another erratic VDV assault where they shot at a statue of a BRDM. Not sure what that is, but yeah, just more comments here I'm reading off from you guys talking about possibly that these Russian forces are getting closer to the capital at this hour. We are going to turn over to the situation in Kharkiv here in a few minutes. As I said, just trying to get some stuff together here. Street fighting in Kharkiv per mainstream media new. Yeah, we'll look at maybe some live feeds coming out of the area. Get a fix on what's going on there. That F-35 still heading east towards Ukraine. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on the F-35. In fact, yeah, I'll switch over to the. I'll switch over to that now, actually, just so you guys can see the flight radar. Where did she go? Where's our F-35? F-35 is heading towards Kiev. It's probably going to go to one of these airfields over here. We've seen them land aircraft over here multiple times. But we'll keep an eye on what the situation is with that F-35 Lightning. It would be a hell of a development if they somehow delivered this to Ukraine. If Ukraine had one F-35 in the air, that'd be pretty sweet. The Ghost just cruising around the F-35, mopping up the Russians. Somebody says the F-35 is turning now. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, yeah. I'm guessing he's gonna land here at. I've not been successfully pronounced this, but I'm just gonna try. Rezizau. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that one. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, I agree with Fallen Rays. Give the Ghost the F-35. Yeah, it's definitely turning into Rizal, though. I'm pretty sure. That makes sense. Another explosion there. Yeah, Maxi, I was just looking at your PMs here in Discord. Okay, so now we're hearing some developments from the Chechens. However, unconfirmed, but there's the tweets over on this Twitter account Nexta that we've been following for a while now. The Chechens are going to continue to fight for Ukraine, or at least this battalion here. So that's an interesting development. So yeah, not too sure about the details on that battalion of Chechens there, but we had heard that there was Chechens being Russian special forces. They were Chechens being sent into Ukraine to hunt for certain targets, but now they're apparently going to be fighting for Ukraine. I don't know. I don't really know the exact specifics. If somebody maybe wants to fill me in on that whole Chechen situation, I can get you guys some more concrete information on that. But yeah, that's been some sporadic intel we've been getting out of ours here. St. Javelin is missing. St. Javelin is on the right side of the screen. I'll make her bigger here shortly. Yeah, a lot of people saying Kharkiv isn't looking good right now. It's looking like the Russians are really moving in on Kharkiv. We will take a look over there in just a moment. If people want to send me any live cams you got out of Kharkiv, I can get those up on screen. Oxman sends over the airstrip in which that F-35 is most likely heading to. Thank you for that intel there. It's that airstrip in Rizal, except hold up, he has passed it. Not sure if is that airstrip over here? No, he's gone right past. Maybe he's coming in for a landing approach. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on that F-35 Lightning though, for sure. F-35 Lightning, jet flying close to Ukrainian border. Yep, we see that. We're keeping an eye on that. I just got a whole bunch of a burst of messages all of a sudden about the F-35 in my PMs here, but yep, we're keeping an eye on the F-35. Yeah, it looks like he might be making a landing approach or something, maybe turning around. Not too sure. We'll keep an eye on the F-35 though. So this is why we're hearing explosions from the camera just now, guys. I believe, so where was the positioning on this? So, yeah, so Bucha is here, right? And our camera is near here, I believe, somewhere in this area, if I'm not mistaken. So it's pretty close, so those explosions, you know, are distant, but we can hear them. They are close enough to be heard as the Russians advance on the city. So the way the Czech works, there are 4 battalions, north, south, east, and west. Most hate Russia and fight against them, but one licks Putin's boots, says JWK Error. He also says they are all ran by different warlords, so they make their own decisions. Okay, that's pretty interesting. So that would explain why we see kind of a division there from the Chechens, and how they're going about interacting with this situation. So yeah, the F-35 that we're watching is most likely, you know, directly related to this situation. I mean, they're increasing readiness and There's a heightened level of activity in and around, Poland, Germany, Romania, any of the NATO states or NATO partner countries. You're going to see a very heightened readiness level. Cindy, thank you for tuning in tonight. Yeah, so Resizal Strip, east to west. Assume he's looping around for a lineup. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I was kind of guessing. Maybe he was looping around the airport there for a lineup. He might just done a. That might have been just a flyby though, because look, it looks like he's heading out back again. However, I think we also have seen aircraft landing near here. There might be an airstrip near this town here, Milek. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but as I recall correctly, I think there might have been an airfield somewhere around there as well. I could be wrong on that though. But we'll keep an eye on the F-35, see what he does. He's currently heading towards there, so maybe he's landing there. Could just be he did a flyby over the airport here. So here's a video, another unconfirmed Twitter report here. Says there a video of Russian column reportedly near the town of Okinki. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Highway between Kiev and Sumy, and there is a thermal barracks in the video. What they say is thermal barracks. Actually, I was having a hard time seeing. That might be, yeah. That actually looks like maybe a TOS 1A, maybe. Kind of hard to tell. It was off in the distance, and it looked a little chunky for the TOS A or TOS 1A. Looked more like maybe maybe those were grads? I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert on military hardware, but yeah, maybe that's a TOS-1. Yeah, that could be a TOS-1 now that I look at it again. So, yeah, interesting. So, keep an eye on that footage there. Let me get down here. We're now, Rezau is pronounced Jezhov. Yeah, that's not any better, man. What was the F-35 doing there in Poland? We were just talking about that. We're keeping a track on, keeping a lock on him. We're not exactly sure what he's doing. He's just kind of patrolling the airspace at this time. Not surprising, as I said. There's a heightened sense of urgentness right now by all NATO countries, especially Poland. It's right on the border with Lviv here. And so yeah, there's definitely been a heightened level of air traffic by U.S. Air Force and Royal Air Force, amongst others, in that airspace. Somebody says F-35 is now going home. Well, it's kind of an interesting flight path for somebody that's going home. We'll see here. We'll keep an eye on this F-35 Lightning. Yeah, TOS-1 have been spotted on border this morning. Yeah, they've been spotted a lot farther in from the border. CNN has good footage of the thermal barracks. Yeah, we were watching some pretty good footage earlier of the thermal barracks being used in drills, showing just kind of how intense the shock waves are that are produced by those thermal barrack fuel air explosives. Burger Dan says Russia trying for a speed record any % on war crimes. Yeah, I agree. There has been definitely some indications that this is going to escalate from just strikes on military targets to possibly strikes on civilian targets to kind of help put the pressure on the Ukrainians to concede here. And again, heard some other explosions there. Off the distance. Yeah, I see a lot of people asking about what's going on in Kharkiv. We will get updated on Kharkiv here as more information flows in. Somebody says the F-35 should be undetected. Yeah, they're most likely choosing, to keep their transponders on right now. As we talked about, they're, kind of in and amongst commercial aircraft. I think, they're keeping those transponders on just because they're over international airspace, just to, keep all the other aircraft in the area informed of, their actions in and around that area of Poland along the Ukrainian border. Somebody said, how can you claim war crimes? You haven't even seen any evidence of that. Yeah, we haven't yet. We're seeing evidence that there's a possibility that indicates that the Russian forces could use force on civilians to gain concessions out of the West. We haven't seen that yet. There's definitely been civilians that have been harmed. But yeah, there definitely is evidence that they could escalate to bombarding Kiev and the civilian population more intensely to, as I said, gain concessions out of Kiev, get them to stand down. Yep, aerosol bomb. Yep, we were talking about the thermobarics or fuel air explosives and just how those work there and why they're important here in this conflict. And why everybody's talking about them right now. It's because they are, an extremely effective explosive device. We went into that in more detail earlier on the show. Yeah, we're hearing, a lot of, people talking about the delegation heading to Belarus, and that they're talking about peace talks there. We're keeping an eye on that as well. Somebody said Zelensky's speaking. I don't believe. If he is, somebody send me a live feed of that, and we'll get that up on stream. Somebody says keep an eye on Minsk for Putin to leave. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on his movements as well. We were keeping an eye on the movements of his yacht in the Black Sea. In fact, we think Forte 12 is actually tracking over his yacht earlier. I'm not sure if that was yesterday or if that was earlier today. Some of our aircraft people over in the flight channel on the flight radar channel over on the Discord, they'd probably know a little bit more about that situation, as well as some of the people that are tracking the marine traffic. Somebody said Zelensky already declined. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that either, but we'll keep that in mind. Yes, that is an F-35 we're seeing on the screen. Once again, they've looped back around to the airport here. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on the aircraft situation above Poland right now. Yeah, so some people in the chat, arguing back and forth over the aircraft transponder thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure from what I've read and from what the majority has spoken is that basically they're keeping the transponders on while in commercial airspace. Okay, they're in and around commercial airspace. This is they're above Poland. They're U.S. Air Force working above Poland, so they have to. You got to remember they're not only they not only have to keep their location known to other NATO forces in the airspace, but also to the commercial aircraft in that airspace. If they were in the midst of some kind of mission that was of any like major significance that required them to go full stealth, of course they wouldn't see the transponder on. They can turn that off at will. So somebody said the F-35 is contesting airspace. Yeah, I don't think he would be. I mean, he's above Poland right now. Maybe if he starts getting a little closer to Belarus or Ukraine, but yeah, I'm not seeing any of that activity or any evidence of that here. If maybe somebody knows a little bit more about that, they could fill me in. Yeah, Mr. Ed said, just like Mr. Ed said, he says the F-35 is seen when it wishes to be seen, and I believe that that is also true for a lot of the other aircraft we've been tracking in and around this airspace. They're making themselves known because it's important, you know, that the U.S., NATO, and their allies, you know, have a presence in the airspace in the region, and make it be known that they are there. Somebody said the F-35s are flying combat air patrol over the airport. Maybe he's now done one pass. Looks like he's heading a bit farther north here. He just kind of diverted a little bit to the east, so we'll keep an eye on that. Hold on, I'll drag him over here. As you can see, he's kind of diverging now after doing that loop. We'll keep an eye on that F-35. Yeah, and somebody in chat, Matt, he says it's basically a public show of force. Yeah, and that's exactly what this is. It could be also that they are maybe patrolling around the border for a multitude of reasons. I mean, it's an active war zone, literally right across the border. So we've also heard of some activity by the Russians in and around near the Polish border, and so yeah, there definitely is a heightened readiness level that we're seeing here. So here's some unconfirmed Twitter reporting here, guys. Again, just keep that in mind. Okay, we just heard another explosion coming from our Kiev cams. So here is hearing some more explosions there. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Some wind though, so. So apparently the Bucha-Irpin bridge has been blown up to stop the Russian advance towards Kiev in that direction. We can see some smoke here. However, we don't have a camera angle in that direction. If somebody can get me a camera angle, PM that over to me on the Discord there. But that explains some of the explosions we've heard over the past hour here or so. I was posted 2:40 a.m., so just about 15 minutes ago. This image went up on Twitter there. Again, more clips coming in from Kharkiv of just kind of the devastation that has occurred there over the past few hours. There's been kind of a morning advance in Kharkiv. Yeah, pretty devastated. A lot of those convoys of Russian military that went in there have been torn up pretty bad. Francesco on the Discord has made a thread of a footage of the Russians that punched into Kharkiv's center earlier. There are geolocations attached to some of the original threads. These accounts all come from... these tweets come from other accounts, so it's all confirmed Kharkiv. Okay, I see. Yeah, again, another explosion out of Kiev. Another explosion coming out of Kiev there. I'm gonna we're gonna check our live UA map, get that refreshed for you guys, and see. Yeah, so here's the report out of Kharkiv of that Ukrainian, the Ukrainian defenders that ambushed that Russian military column. In fact, there's some footage here of that column, I believe, that was hit. They're currently stripping the vehicles down of weapons and gear. Again, that's footage of that column, that Russian military column in Kharkiv that tried to break through to the center. They were pretty swiftly dispatched by Ukrainian defense forces who ambushed them. So here's the report on live UA map. So this is where that conflict is going down in Bucha. This is the advancing Russian force here. Okay, they are moving down here. They came from up at the exclusion zone, which is up here, Chernobyl. You can see it right there, Chernobyl. In fact, I'll just zoom in so you guys can see that there on the map. Okay, this is Chernobyl here, all right? These highways, these road systems you see here are what they needed to come down from Russia through, okay? That's why they went through Chernobyl. That's why the fighting occurred in Chernobyl. It's because they needed to come over from Belarus here and down those highways here right into Kiev, okay? That's basically why they had to contest over Chernobyl. The Battle of Chernobyl, as it's now come to be known. But here, 21 minutes ago, the Bucha-Irpin bridge has been blown up to stop the Russian advance towards Kiev in this direction. So the Russians are definitely moving forward. Well, actually, at the moment, they've been stopped. We'll have to see if they'll probably have to divert to another bridge, probably somewhere down further to the south, I would guess. Or even possibly they could reroute over here to the east, possibly to get down to Kiev. So this is the heavy explosion near Kiev at Oblon and Bucha. Not sure exactly what this was, if this was the oil depot or not, but I think there's footage of that. Oops, sorry about that, guys. There, the audio.
А він білий.
А то просто в його відсвічує. Це таке там вокзал уже мать немає.
Look at this video. Look at this video here.
Твою мать, блядь.
Yeah, so some more pretty stark images out of Kiev there as the bells toll. Just now come out to 10 a.m. here on Sunday. So we're definitely expecting a heightened level of action from the Russian forces here over the coming hours, as we've heard of multiple reports that the Kremlin wishes to have Kiev by Monday. That's what they've been saying, so we'll keep an eye on the situation as it develops. Give me a few minutes here, guys. I'm going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll finally take a look into Kharkiv and the ongoing situation in Kharkiv at this hour. So stand by.